with our bunghole out. Mr. Jerry's got to eat his food so he can get the chicken nuggies. He's not going to get the chicken nuggies until he eats the other food that he left this morning. Mr. Chicken Nuggies, Jerry. Live once again, y'all. Ready for it. Oh, nope, that's not how we get there. That's not how we get to that. All right, guys. Welcome back to No News is News, where we cover the news and such and stuff. We're going to start with some Asmongold. He's got a new video that just dropped 2 hours ago talking about misinformation. The information of the misses. This is information of the misses. So we will be starting with that. And then, of course, if we got anything from Daddy Trump, we'll look in on him. We actually might be live with Daddy Trump, so if that's the case, then that's the case. Where is my phone at? Okay, let's see. Who are our candidates for today? Y'all, back to the Kelchi odds. Back to the Kelchi odds, they say. Who will be president in 2028? Day 10 of poll. Day 10 of poll, guys. And same four people again, guys. Here we go. Mr. Gavin Newsom is number one in the polls again. And how many wins has he got on our poll right now? He's got two. 2 wins. We got J.D. Vance. We are Team J.D. Vance over here with 7 wins. We got we got Marco Rubio. And we got AOC. Get your vote in now. The show has started, y'all. The show has started. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Are we live? We are live. Why is nobody here yet? What's going on, y'all? What's going on? All right. Let's check in first, see if Mr. Daddy Trump is live. If Mr. Daddy Trump is live. Executive orders. This is 10 minutes ago.
You probably know Vistaprint for
less than 10 minutes ago. I feel like, yeah. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's look into this Asmongold thing. We need to talk about this. Here we go.
Hi guys, it's me again, and today I thought we'd talk a little bit about misinformation on the internet. I thought that, I don't know, now would be a good time. So in the past 2 or 3 years, I don't know about you guys, but I have seen such a massive, dramatic 10x multiplier amount of videos on the internet that are either totally fucking fake, misleading, or anything else in between, sometimes even both. And I know I hear people sometimes say, oh, well, I don't see as many AI videos anymore. Yeah, I wonder why. And so anyway, I think this is what's happened, is that there is so much misinformation. There is so many people trying to mislead you, trying to cause you to think something that isn't true, trying to manufacture a false consensus. It's like the dead internet theory is almost reassuring, because at least that means that nobody else would be harmed. But the reality is that there are a lot of people on the internet that are being let off a fucking cliff by an AI video that didn't even exist. And so what I think really, like, the point where I think the biggest flashpoint for this for me has been the recent conflict in Iran, is that everybody is making up bullshit about this. It's like I'll watch a video and I'll be like, oh, well, what's going on here? Is this happening? Nope, it was in 2021. Oh, is this happening? Nope, that was in Ukraine. Oh, is this happening? Nope, that's actually not even fucking real. And
that's exactly why for the last 3 weeks with the show, we've predominantly only covered C-SPAN. Because I know exactly where the source is coming from. But it's getting wacko.
Then, as a bonus,
it's getting wacko out there.
Is this happening? It's actually Arma 3, the video game. And so what I think has happened is that you've had so many of these different types of manipulations. And why are they happening? Why do we have all of these manipulations? Well, it's very simple. Behavior follows incentives. How many of these manipulations are not being paid? The overwhelming majority of them are being paid for this. So they're making money off of misleading people, and big surprise, you're upset that they're misleading people. Of course they are. They are following an incentive. And I think that that incentive is the strongest on Twitter. I know that they're trying to fix this, but unfortunately, to the extent that you have basically this is what I think Twitter should do.
Oh my God, look at the No King protester? Is that what you're saying?
Because I think that AI...
He's a No King protester? Is that, was it insulting him? Is that what we're doing?
Fake information on Twitter is the absolute worst. I think it is the worst platform for fake information.
Yeah, it is.
And just because, again, it's text message, image, and you can effectively turn off replies. There's a lot of ways that you can do it and have people not really notice whether you're lying to them or not. What they need to do is they need to change it into something like the YouTube Partnerships program, where you don't automatically default somebody a payment option. You don't automatically default somebody a revenue plan. They have to earn that and then have that given to them by going through a series of checks and rigs.
Well, actually, you do have to do this on Twitter. You have to have 5 million impressions per 90 days, plus 100 verified followers. The problem is it's a very easy parameter to hit. And a lot of these places aren't being paid by the major platforms. And Asmongold should know this, since Asmongold has deals with Rumble and Kick that specifically do this. What they do is they'll pay people like me, and they'll say, go make as many clips of Asmongold as you want. Any clip that you make on any channel, on any social media platform, we'll give you $1,000 if it hits 1 million views. You have to prove that it had 1 million views, show it to me, and I'll give you the money. That is a third-party payment. So if you think that third-party payments aren't a part of this problem too, it's kind of crazy. The YouTube Partnership program doesn't stop fake AI. It prevents it on YouTube, but that's because YouTube has parameters to stop people from doing viral shit that is fake to begin with. Go on Instagram, go on Twitter. They're not getting paid by Twitter and Instagram. They're getting paid by Kick. They're getting paid by Rumble. They're getting paid by the provider.
Because whenever you don't have that, well, you have, the 900
the fuck happened to
anti-Israel.
Bro's been watching fake Israel content for 3.5 weeks right now. He's going insane. This is why I switched to C-SPAN. Because if you're trying to gain war knowledge from Twitter, you're going to go literally insane.
Or anti-Iran account that's posting images of either Ukraine or Israel getting bombed, saying it's either Iran or Israel or the opposite, right? And so basically that's what I think is really happening, is that people are responding to incentives. They're seeing that basically making and pushing out fake information is something that has almost zero consequences. And I think that this is also you've got to hold yourselves accountable.
That's the thing. There should be more consequences. Absolutely.
For this, and by yourselves, I'm talking about myself as well, is that really when we find out that somebody's posting something that's bullshit, instead of asking them to correct themselves, we just move past it. And I think it's it's one of the unfortunate realities of the...
That's true. When somebody says that, we don't sit there and fight with them and say it's fake. We literally just go, okay, that's fake, and you move past it. Guy is a dumb pass.
Extremely fast 24 hour.
He's losing his mind. I get why.
Even things for example, do you remember when Obama kind of said that there might be aliens on a podcast and this was a huge big deal? Yeah, that was last month. That might as well have just not happened.
Yep, exactly.
Let's think about the time that Trump obviously released the Epstein files. How many people are talking about the Epstein files now? Substantially less than what they were. And you can check this all by Google Trends if you're unsure about any of this. And so what I think has happened is that the news cycles are so fast nowadays that there's never any room for, not only is there no room for corrections, but there's also no room even for accountability. And what's really happened is that people, instead of questioning what they're seeing, they just move on to the next thing. And so there's never any accountability whenever a news source gets something wrong, whenever they say something that's inaccurate. There's never an evaluation as to whether, was this done on purpose? Was it done out of just a mistake? Was it done out of haste? Why did this happen? And it's never discussed at all. And I think this is a huge problem.
Gavin is a creepy game show host, right?
If you have people that are, again, past performance is an indicator of future performance, guess what? If somebody is regularly posting bullshit, guess what they're going to post after that? Probably more bullshit. So what happens is that people are listening to this, they're paying attention to it, and then they see, oh my God, it's another piece of shit. It's another thing that's not even true.
No way.
And people they're never able to connect the dots here. And so not only does the audience not hold them accountable, people don't really care. And this is another big issue. I've talked about this before. I don't want to get into it too much, but critical thinking is dead. Critical thinking is dead, and we have killed it. And the way that we have killed it is with dogmatic, ideological...
Yep. And it really sucks, because, like, what is Asmongold's show? What is this show that I'm doing right now? It specifically is critical thinking. But most of you are watching this dogmatic on one side or the other.
Like thinking that effectively behaves like a religion. People have replaced, I don't know, Christianity or Islam with, the Democrats or the Republicans, with gender ideology, with any form of, like political dogma. And so now people don't want to go against that political dogma. I think that human beings have a core desire. Like imagine the human mind is like a car, and the car can drive 200 fucking miles an hour. It can go super fast.
He is the best YouTuber.
But
He's
the
hilarious.
brake system
Love
sucks. Him. And I think that's what's happened with the human mind, is that our ability to critically think, to perceive our realities, to be able to understand the world around us has vastly outpaced multiple times.
Going down. Listen to what he's saying here, dude. I mean, I don't think there's a single person, love or hate him, I don't think there's a single person that disagrees with what Asmongold is saying in this video. And this is coming from core experience. This man literally spent the last 3 weeks. We spent the last 3 weeks covering the war through C-SPAN. Through the way that I would cover it, because I'm a production assistant in Hollywood. But the way that the internet covered it was through Twitter. And this man is giving his firsthand account of the full-on insanity that has been the misinformation of the Iran conflict so far. Dude, this is glitching hard.
Outpaced our ability.
What's glitching hard?
To cope with
Am I glitching hard?
To cope with those conclusions. To ask yourself, well, what does happen after you die? Well, what does happen if you do this or that? Well, what is really
you got legit good grasp on things?
Right and the fair thing to do? And people are afraid of these questions because they're afraid of the answers. And what they do instead of that is they look for an ideology that's going to answer all of those questions for them, so they never have to think about it again. And that's what's happened with critical thinking. Before, people used to outsource it to religion. Now they outsource it to politics, religion, or political dogma. And so what's happened is that you've had a massive entire ecosystem and culture of people.
I was just in another stream and it had it listed like I was in your stream. Oh, it's wild. So you're like getting glitching on your end?
People that are terrified of saying the wrong...
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't on my end. I had to turn my volume on, make sure. But I appreciate you calling it out, because if it was on my end, I do love knowing those things, guys. If you ever do hear like crazy audio from me, or the stream slows down or breaks up, please do make those comments, because 9 times out of 10, it's on my end, and it's something like I left Da Vinci running in the background or something stupid like that.
Wrong thing. They're terrified of having the wrong opinion. They're terrified against going against the oftentimes manufactured consensus. And what happens is that you look at somebody like J.K. Rowling, for example, or even Elon Musk, for another example, or anybody else who's seen as a, I guess people would get mad. I don't want to name off a bunch of other content creators, just I don't want to start drama, but we all know content creators that, somebody said one thing that was wrong, they said one thing that was off color, and or they didn't have the right opinion about the right topic in the right way at the right time, and for some reason, now they're a fucking Nazi. Well, guess what? Somebody's not a Nazi because they're not seeing your point of view.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, on the internet, that's the way it works now. And so what's happened is that we've created a culture of fear, a culture of repressed critical thinking, because nobody wants to think for themselves. And how does this relate to misinformation? Let me explain. The reason how this relates to misinformation, like I hope that I've explained and you understand why critical thinking is dead. Critical thinking is dead is because people are afraid of the conclusions and they don't want to come out against the consensus because if they...
Right, because you have to be on one side or the other. Even if you do critically think, your audience is on one side or the other. And what he's basically saying here is, I stuck my fucking neck out and had my own opinion about Iran, but my audience is a bunch of Nick Fuentes, a bunch of anti-Israels, and it's starting to affect all my shit. And there's no reason that me, with my own knowledge and my own personality, can't have my own thoughts to myself.
They might
Did
get
they have
ostracized
iced tea
from their
today?
group.
They did have iced tea today. Mm-hmm.
And then nobody will like them. And then you can never wash that stain off because people do not believe in forgiveness.
That's what it's about. That's what it's about. That unsweetened iced tea from McDonald's is what about. Especially in 2026, y'all. Get that $2 large unsweetened iced tea. Name a better price. Even a fucking Starbucks is like a $4 adventure.
They don't believe in apologies. They don't believe in understanding. The hater economy on the internet is going stronger than ever.
Big Bag of Pop 420, welcome to the chat. I didn't even know you were in here. Giving out gift subscriptions. Guys, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the night. Big Bag of Pop throwing out the gift subscription who was just received by Jinna9513. Jinna9513, welcome to the Korean Club. The North Korean Club, guys. We are now 40 comrades strong. There are 40 members of the Comrade Party, mostly thanks to Big Bag of Pop 420 and his gift subscriptions. But remember, with that gift subscription, you do gain access to all of my feature films, all 17 of them. There are 40 members. Rarely do I see a member actually go out there and watch one of my movies. But you do have access to all 17 of those feature films. And you get your little North Korean sticker next to your name in the chat. And if you decide to take that gift subscription and continue that subscription throughout, next month, you become a Venezuelan, then a Cuban, then an American, and eventually an Israeli, and then a Japanese Rising Sun member. Yeah. So, with that said, double tap that like button, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, y'all. You are in for the news. We are No News is News. Our poll of the day, as it is for the first hour of every day, 15 minutes in, 34 votes. Gavin Newsom, 38. JD Vance, 38. Looks like we have the same two going to the runoff. Are you guys ready for another surprise third partier tonight? Our third party nominee tonight is going to be Mr. Asmongold. We're gonna put a YouTuber on there today, Mr. Asmongold, because our third partiers so far were John Fetterman with 9%, Joe Rogan with 15%, Michelle Obama 17%, Afro Man 20%, Tucker Carlson 21%. And our third-party queen right now, the one that got the closest to winning it, with 22% of the vote, Kamala Harris. How will Asmongold do on this Tuesday night? I feel like it's a relaxed, simple Tuesday night, and that's why we're going to go with the Asmongold. Also because I respect this fucking statement so hard. Misinformation is everywhere, y'all, and we need to stay focused. Critical thinking, that's what the show is all about. Big Bag of Pop 420. Welcome to the North Koreans. Absolutely. I'm out of F's about the people think of me because generally they aren't thinking. They are parroting. Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much everything. Everything is a parrot.
The Dow is at 50,000. The hater economy is at 50 million. So the fact is that people are terrified of having the wrong opinion, and critical thinking can sometimes lead you to the wrong opinion. Trust the science? Okay, well, I heard the science is 2 genders. Oh, wait a minute. That's not the right type of science. And so anyway, this happens quite often.
Damn, dude's like he looks like he back in the 70s. I know, man. He's been going through it. Imagine if for the last 30 days, instead of covering the news through C-SPAN because I was a production assistant, I covered it the way the internet would. And we watched live stream after live stream, night after night, fake video after fake video on Twitter. That's what this man has gone through the last month while we enjoyed our Trump daddyisms. This show enjoyed all the Trump daddy speeches. Asmongold was watching AI explosion after AI explosion, and 1,000 people in his chat telling him that Netanyahu is dead every day of the week. That is the internet covering this war, people. That is what is there. How can anyone say anything good about the word salad queen and the person responsible for all of the fraud of his state? How can anyone say anything good about the word salad queen and the person responsible? Oh, it's not spam. Don't spam, man, okay? I'm just going to delete it. I'm not going to time you out. But let's make sure not to spam. I read all the chats anyway. Critical thinking is needed more and more every day. Absolutely. But we are getting slower and slower away from it. So hopefully we can come back. But again, you want to see Asmongold's face and you're like, what happened to this man? This man covered the war for 30 days via Twitter. That's what happened to this man. And he doesn't know any better. He's a gamer. He's an internet person. He's a YouTuber. If I wasn't a production assistant in Hollywood, I wouldn't have known how to fucking cover this thing either. C-SPAN only, because I didn't want to go through the nightmare. What was the impact of Harambe's assassination on your life? Detrimental. You're mad because you're not God's chosen. Okay, good luck. Hi, Darlene. How are you, Darlene? Welcome to the chat, Darlene.
Back over and we'll talk about misinformation. Does anybody actually want to correct the misinformation about something that everybody that's, quote, on their side is eating up like a bunch of fucking candy?
Yes, and a perfect example of this is me on this show when I say over and over and over and over and over again, we did kill 167 children. We did shoot that fucking school. There was 175 casualties. The Pentagon and the New York Times confirmed it. Both sides of the aisle confirmed it. But if I sit here and I fact check this fucking fake news, y'all go insane. Because you have to stay on your side. I'm reporting you for spreading anti-Semitic views. How about you go fuck yourself? How about that? How about you go fuck yourself? Hopefully YouTube bans this channel. YouTube's not going to ban this channel. It's going to tell you to go fuck yourself. Because I am a free speech advocate, and I cannot believe that you spent literally even 5 seconds thinking that I, Alex Wagner, was anti-Semitic. Go do your woke faggot bullshit elsewhere. And when I say the word faggot, I'm insinuating anyone that supports cancel culture. Because you all are the new definition in my mind of faggots. You are the biggest faggots. Gay people aren't even faggots. The biggest retards on the internet are King Alfred and whoever the minions are that think they can walk around the internet threatening people. Oh, I'm going to ban your channel. Oh, you're a fucking anti-Semitic guy. Shut the fuck up. I'm literally watching an Asmongold video where he's losing his fucking mind because everybody is an anti-Semite. You are the biggest fucking moron I have ever seen. I hold no anti-Semitic views nor any hate towards a large group of people or ideology. Nor ever will I. But again, proving the point, critical thinking clearly dead. First Amendment. President Harambe of Cincinnati Zoo will forever be missed. Absolutely. Trump is God's chosen. No wonder we got people like you crying about him in Israel. You're a fucking retard. You're an actual loser. Get a real job. All right, well, keep chatting on the internet. anonymously, threatening people with cancel culture, complaining about anti-Semitism. Can we just ban this guy? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Big Bag of Pop 420. That was needed.
No,
what a fucking retard.
Nobody wants to go.
Today is Critical Thinking Day, everybody. If you're going to be a fucking retard and say stupid shit in the chat, then you just get removed. Period. The end. We're not fucking doing this anymore. Not today.
And correct the information that shows Israel getting
Trump takes it in the
500 times.
Maybe.
And tell them, actually,
By who,
this
though?
is from Independence
LOL,
Day.
you trying to
Or,
learn
well,
about
this
Islam?
is from a video game. Or something else. Or this is...
Yesterday I did a little bit. I actually read like the first 3 pages of the Quran last night. It was interesting. And then I did King James up against it. New Testament. Damn, I took it Bubba isn't here. Absolutely. And Big Bag of Pot just going to be putting people down today, because today is the stomping day, guys. If you're not going to actually have opinions and conversations, and you're just going to threaten to cancel people via anti-Semitism, or that guy was so right-wing that he saw me and Asmongold talking about critical thinking and tried to cancel the channel over anti-Semitism. That's how fucking retarded we've gotten, guys. The 2 people on the internet being shit on for fucking supporting the war in the same fucking frame, and the guy's like, you're an anti-Semite. Wow. Thanks, Big Pop. How was it? It's not just critical thinking that's lost, it's also common sense thinking that vanished too. Pretty much, yeah. New to the chat, welcome, DB. Let me help educate you on it. You can ask me anything.
From 2019, and or Iran, or anything else. And
what I'm noticing when I when I am like, because this Easter Holy Week, I'm really trying to grasp a lot. I want to do some deep dives on Saturday and Sunday in regards to religion and stuff as well. So I have been looking into it a lot, especially Islam in particular, because I don't have as much knowledge as I do of Judaism or Christianity. But the one thing I am noticing is there is a lot of secular Islam. There's a lot of crazies out there that are kind of fucking up the religion. But when you go to the Quran and Muhammad, a lot of the messaging ain't all that bad, really. Am I talking about Islam? You can like and subscribe, everyone. What's your stance on this crazy world? Pretty much the same as Asmongold. I've just been able to keep my sanity because I've been watching the the U.S. press tour instead of all the AI explosion videos. Hey, Bubba. Everyone is stuck in their own media bubble. Absolutely. We have summoned the almighty Bubba. Welcome, Bubba. The cavalry is here. I got you, brother. Let me know. There's a shit ton of stupid on both sides, both trying to cancel cuck game. Islam is interesting and very divided amongst the followers. I know, that's what's interesting too. It's like, it really does, like, as somebody that grew up Methodist and didn't know that I was Methodist, just thought I was Christian, but also thought that the Catholic church across the street was a completely different religion. Like, when I went to go visit my friends in 5th grade, because they were doing the communion in 5th grade, and I did mine in 7th, I think. They were like, I thought that they were all crazies. I was like, what is this cult they're in? They're in a circle. When they walk in, they splash some fucking water on their face. Like, this is a weird ass religion. And then I grow up and I realize, wait, these are just different sections of the same fucking thing. It just, and then to get all the way to 35 without even realizing that Islam was part of the same Abrahamic lineage. It's like, well, fuck. I got some knowledge catching up to do on this one. Why misinterpret, but definitely not for me. Imagine a world without religion. Literally ask me anything about Islam because it's one way of thinking. Just a lot of people just skew it to their own messed up views. Go to the sun. If they don't get the extremists out of Islam group, the people should still consider it a cult. Yeah, I know. But, I mean, so should we, should we consider the Catholic Church a cult when they keep fucking touching little boys? when they keep protecting these people and putting them on an island all by themselves. Like, like we all, Joseph Smith, Muhammad, pretty much doing the same goddamn thing. There's a lot of fucking hypocrisy when it comes to Christianity and its perspective on Islam. That's what I would say about that. The Jews, the Judaism, the Torah, those people, I don't see them really. I mean, I guess they do. It's crazy. I feel like I see more people that are Christian or secular Christians attack Islam and Muslims or attack Jewish people than I do see Jewish people attack Muslims. And I thought they were the ones fighting. It's really interesting how the one in the middle that has forgiveness as its core principle through the Lord Jesus Christ is the one that kind of says the other two are shitty. More so than the others. You can't control everyone. People will say what they want. You just got to educate yourself. Alex, you're quite sensible. Appreciate you, Ronnie. Welcome back to the chat. Correct, the only difference between Islam and other religions is Islam stays in the Qurans, whereas other religions have progressed over them. Well, Islam has progressed too, because like we learned last night, the 72 virgins, that's not actually in the Quran. That was in a book written centuries after his death. There's a lot of particulars there. Actually, the blessings of Ishmael exclude him from the covenant of Abraham. Good perspective.
Or like, the new supreme leader of the day has now been killed.
But I will say, guys, we are going to kind of pull away from the religion stuff, even though it is Holy Week and fucking Jesus and everything, because we're going to get so much of that on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, because Congress is at Disney World for 2 full weeks. And so, not much news going on other than this fucking rocket we're going to shoot up into space tomorrow. Going to the moon! First black guy, first woman, and first Canadian in deep space. It's fucking hilarious how they act like Canadian is the same thing as the other. Yeah.
Again. Well, I hear this every single day.
Yeah, independent, like Kennedy or O'Reilly or Limbaugh or Carlson. I mean, I think Carlson is the only, Tucker Carlson is the only one that actually claimed to ever be independent. O'Reilly might have claimed to be independent. Limbaugh and Hannity, those are hardcores, man. Those are some fucking. If I ever saw people so close to Dick Cheney, I would fucking scream. And there are 2 people that close to Dick Cheney. The Muslim would literally brought algebra to the rest of the world. Oh, that's an interesting one. A dying breed, moderate, conservative.
Every day, it's the same guy, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, must pretty much suck. That's the worst version of Groundhog Day that I could imagine. Wake up every day, you're the supreme leader of Iran, and then you die, and then it happens again the day after.
Appropriate Mickey Mouse
Sounds pretty fucking
world.
Bad.
Yep.
But according to Twitter, that's the world that we're in.
Yep.
So what I think has happened is that you've had so much misinformation.
Thank you, Brian. Big super chat. Appreciate you, Brian, joining the chat, jumping into the chat. Let's keep it going.
The information cycle, and this is one of the real pieces of, I think, genius that George Orwell had with, 1984, is that it was not necessarily that the news was all a lie. It was that there was so much misinformation and so much information in general that the deluge of it was so overwhelming that the mind of a person could not.
We've always been at war with Pangea.
Not even comprehend.
If you guys haven't read, it's quite the fucking read.
And the complexities, the amount of just pure volume of it, and everything. And because of that, it is effectively the sheer size of it has lulled people into a sense of effectively powerlessness. Mm-hmm. They can't overcome this. They can't reason it.
You can't even speak up within your own circles. I can't say, I support the Iran war. Hold up, guys. The Pentagon did say we fucking did shoot 167 children. Because everyone that is pro-Iran war must also be in support of whatever Pete Hegseth and Trump says. It's gotten so bad. How's Trump's ballroom coming along? See, here we go. And here it starts. People not understanding. Second day in a row, I'm trying to point it out, guys.
Now they can't understand
Think
it.
critically.
And so they just simply opt to not understand and to just listen to what they're told. And I think, again, this is out of, I said before, fear, but it's also out of apathy and a lack of control. So what's happened is that people are now accepting of misinformation. They don't want to correct misinformation because people, as soon as somebody makes up their mind on something, well, they don't want to change.
Yeah, exactly. You've already made up your mind. So what's the point? What's the point? An intellectual hippie, go figure. I know, right? That's kind of crazy. Intellectual right-wing hippie from Texas.
Their mind, because changing your mind implies that you are wrong. Why would you ever want to admit that you were wrong?
You've learned from the President of the United States. We never admit that we're wrong.
And I understand that, that's not the way you should think about it. That's nice.
That's nice. Yeah.
Exactly. So if you go over to the real world,
right.
No, people don't like changing their opinion.
Yeah.
There's a reason why the concept of anchoring exists, especially with sales. But also, you're selling an idea. So keep in mind, that's the way people think of things.
I will say this. I think this is exactly why Asmongold is this way and exactly why I am this way. When you grow up in a poor family, but also when you grow up in a, I would just say when you're poor, you have a lot of mental illness, a lot of other shit in your family that you have to just deal with, right? But along with that comes this way of thinking because, for instance, everyone in my family across the board is loud, aggressive, and opinionated. So then it builds in me this construct from the age of 2 that no one can be right, everyone can be wrong, and I should be critical of everything. And with that, I brought that to my life. So I've seen it in relationships, I've seen it time and time again. I'm sure Asmongold sees it as well, where people will come up to you and go, well, why make waves? I mean, fuck it, guys. I could break down and fucking cry right now over it. My ex-fiance, what a beautiful, amazing human being that literally would accommodate anything, any of my political ideologies, anything I wanted to do. I wanted to do guerrilla marketing at a Trump rally during COVID for our documentary, Christmas in Florida. Went along with me, was handing out pamphlets to Roger Stone at a golf course. She would do whatever I said. It was the perfect relationship. It really was. And she was happy as well. But I could not go along to get along. She did that her whole life in Middle America. Go along to get along. That was the whole reason she was with me. She broke up with her ex. He left and went to fucking California. She's stranded at almost 40 years old in New York. Oh, fuck, I'm going to look washed up and crazy. Let me hang out with my director friend. I can accommodate him. I can be okay with anything he says as long as I get what I want. From my perspective, though, I'm critical of everything. Even when it's not needed. You're not going to tell me, you could get in an argument with me about the fucking wrapper of this cheeseburger, and if you're wrong, and I will sit there and I'll talk to you about it to the ends of the earth. And a lot of people will go, okay, it's time to move on. You have your opinion, I have mine. I think it's made out of paper, you think it's made out of plastic. Let's move on from this. But there's something instilled in me since I was very, very young to be critical of everything and everyone around me. So if I believe it's paper, I don't need to convince you it's paper. But if you're going to continue to argue and say that you want to end the conversation in support of it being plastic, I'm going to have to reiterate my point once again. I want to clarify that this is absolutely paper. It's kind of crazy, but it's what helps when you're in situations like this Iran war, or when 90% of the people are leaning against Trump, things like that. You can start to have your own opinion about every single story. You can start to understand, okay, I don't need to be critical of Trump. He's paying for people's checks, but I should be critical of all 535 people that have fucked me across the board. Yep, to the point that people defend very bad positions. Absolutely. God, this guy, what was that? I wanted to see what he said there. Looks like he smells laughing us off. Okay, man, you're right. Thank you, Bubba. I should have just not even read it. John Maggots, clean up the crap. Hey, that guy. Who is bro talking to? I love the bottom guy. He's so hot. Yeah, he's very sexy, right?
And so once you
win Trump, he plays Fortnite. What's your point? My point is that you should be critical, and that people say that that's being confrontational, but to be non-confrontational during a critical mass exodus of misinformation is to lose humanity. Are we going into 1984 or aren't we? Are we all throwing our hands up and choosing a team side? Or are we going to finally fucking use our brains and say, it actually is worth the fight? It's worth the fight to say, there's 175 that were struck down, but we did kill 40 top leaders. It's worth the fight. It's worth the fight. Because I have my sanity. And if we lose that fight, if we say, no, it's whatever Trump said,
create that first impression with misinformation.
Then they know they can do it again.
Then use that first impression to create even a secondary. Well, that was fake, but this secondary thing is also still kind of true. And I think this is what happens, and it begins a self-radicalization spiral. Mm-hmm. And you see this happen with certain creators, where as soon as they start engaging with other forms of vitriolic, conspiratorial.
F Trump and Mega. Sorry, I'm not moderating much. I'm cleaning and doing other things while listening in. No, it's fine. I'm kind of skipping those people, really, to be honest, today. It's just like, if you're going to come in here and jump into the chat and say your stupid fucking chirpy bullshit on either end, like, we're not playing a Trump speech here. This is literally playing like critical thinking hour. If you can't figure it out and you come in and you go, I hate Donald Trump, or I love Donald Trump, you're clearly missing the point here. Trump is America's daddy. He is America's daddy, and it's time to daddy up.
Content, they alienate the audience that was more, I don't know, normal. And
this is exactly what I try to do by saying Daddy Trump is all our daddy. Let's make a silly comment about it. The liberal people that are really against Trump, the no kings people, they can make fun of me. Oh, look at this cult member. He's saying daddy. All the Trump people can understand my joke as well, and they can go, he's fucking calling him daddy. Yeah, he is like my fucking dad. Yeah, that'll piss him off. Reality is, in saying daddy, it's the least offensive way of calling him a fucking leader. And it's pretty crazy that we live in a society where you have to try to not offend people when pointing out the person was duly elected the president of the United States. We need the middle-of-the-road people to speak up and be in office. I know, right? But they keep losing. I mean, look at John Fetterman. He got 7% on that fucking poll on the third party. I don't mind free speech that I don't agree with. Absolutely.
Instead of that, they replace them with the people that are crazy. And as that happens, guess what crazy people want? Crazy shit. Who would have guessed? And so then you now have to continue upping the ante. This happens with IRL streamers a lot, like nuisance streamers. The conclusion of every nuisance streamer is jail. That's how it is. Every single one of them, if you just let it progress naturally, they will
end up in jail. John Lear expects to go to the corner.
End up in jail because you start being annoying, and then you be really annoying, then you're confrontational, then you're violent, then you're really violent, then you're in jail. Because you always have to keep upping the ante in order to maintain the attention of the audience. And I think that's what happened with a lot of different creators, and it's what will continue to happen as well, because it's basic human psychology. And I think that there are a lot of people out there who try to subvert this. They try to say that, oh, well, we need to be better. We need to be better. Listen, we were doing crucifixions 2,000 years ago. In 2,000 years from now, we'll probably still be doing them. Maybe we'll bring it back. And so the point is that the human mind is not evolving as fast as you think it is. And at the same time, these basic human psychological realities are not despawning. They're not going away. They're actually becoming more entrenched and actually more, basically more compromised. They're being played to. They're being taken advantage of in a much much higher ratio, because now you have these companies that realize, well, wait a minute, if we can just feed this retard an endless amount of information about the thing that makes him the most angry, he won't be able to stop using our app. And so now you have these people whose like blood pressure is being raised. So it's like effectively
these are the people that every time I turn on Trump, they scroll through the feed and they go, fucking maggots. That's exactly who they're talking about here.
These companies are killing.
Or the same person that comes through and just throws the American flag up and just keeps scrolling. It's the same goddamn thing. It's like, you're just stuck in it.
People because their blood pressure goes up 20 points the moment they open the fucking app, and they're sitting there getting angry, tapping out these little fucking responses, and they're arguing with either a Pakistani or a bot. Well, actually, that's not true. Probably both. And so what's happened is that the amount of misinformation on the internet has just increased so much. Places like Twitter pay people for
Don Lemon's going to jail.
Places on the internet, like news websites, if enough people report on it and start talking about it, then news websites talk about it, and sometimes they.
What he's talking about here is Nick Shirley.
Reinforce it, and there's never any due diligence, and if there is, it's like 2 weeks after the fact. It's like this story has already completely made its way around the globe, and now nobody's even talking about it. And they don't even think about the correction, because the narrative has already been established and it's already moved past that original fake fact. And so what's happened, I think, is that we've created a culture of misinformation. Now, the way that I think you stop this and how you deal with it is you have to look at incentives. Why do people push misinformation? They push misinformation. And again, I'm not talking about, COVID or something like that. I'm talking about literal AI videos. I'm talking about videos that are posted as if they were today and it was 5 years ago. I have no problem with somebody posting a stupid opinion, but I do have a problem with people that are posting opinions and information that is deliberately misleading. And if
I literally had this happen to me at lunch today. I actually posted a video. I think I posted it on this. It was a YouTube short today, so you guys should go and check it out. But it was on Hailey Bieber being on Call Her Daddy, and they were like, "Oh, they ask her outrageous questions." But the caption read, "Hailey Bieber runs off Call Her Daddy, crying because she was asked about her sex life with ex Justin Bieber." We all know they're still married. The interview is talking about them still being married. She never once walks off. The interview questions are uncomfortable, and you can see that if you watch the short that I posted about it. But the caption itself is deliberately trying to build negative engagement. Ex Justin Bieber, so that everybody can go on there that knows Justin Bieber and go, "They're not broken up. They're actually together." And then after that, you got to watch the whole 3-minute clip. Once you watch the whole 3-minute clip, then you can go, this is clickbait. She never cried. She never got up, but you already got the engagement. You already got it, and it doesn't matter. It's exactly what he's saying. And my grandmother even pointed this out today, where she goes, "I read this article that Donald Trump was putting the 10 Commandments in the front lawn of the White House. And so I spent like 15 minutes investigating, figuring out, and I found out he's not actually doing that." And I go, "Yeah." And what's even more upsetting is that you didn't even care enough, but now you had to spend 20 to 30 minutes just to keep your own sanity. $5 super chat from Darlene. Appreciate you, Darlene. Appreciate you, Darlene. Let's keep it going. Only you care about Justin Bieber, not me. I keep with the facts. I have serious Ilhan Omar derangement syndrome. I'm in treatment. Clickbait. Are you kissing Asmongold's butt too? He's the leader of clickbait titles. Okay.
Those people are getting paid for it, then you can guarantee that you're going to have a lot more of it. Because I can also promise you that fake news will always be more exciting than real news. Because again, the sky's the limit. Fiction is generally much more exciting than nonfiction. I've never heard of a single dragon in real life. And so what's happened is that you've had these things kind of evolve and grow out of control, and now there is an entire ecosystem of people that are consuming this fake information, and they're being rewarded for it. They're getting more of it. They're being paid for it, and then you have people that are building their careers around it. And how do you actually stop this from happening? Well, you have to stop giving them fucking money. And I think that needs to be the point where you look at it. Now, Twitter has been trying their best to stop this and shut it down, but, you know, I'll give it a few weeks and we'll see what happens. Right now,
I'll take that as a yes. Hi, I accidentally voted Gavin, LOL. Welcome, Hot Hammer. Whoopsie. Noem's husband is a secret crossdresser. Shocking.
Sure seems like it's a pretty big problem. But my general opinion on this is that this problem will only continue to get worse, but there is a silver lining, and I will talk about the silver lining. The silver lining is the fact that if you're not a fucking idiot, it is a lot easier to understand things, and you have a tremendous advantage nowadays.
That is true.
And on top of that, everybody in the world is developing a general distrust of believing what they see.
Yeah. Hot Hammer.
I don't know if you've noticed this before, but every single image, even if it's something like, you know, there's an image of, I don't know, like Pearl Harbor, and, you know, you'll see 4 comments, "Oh, Grok, is this AI?" Well, you know what? It's retarded. Yes, it's retarded. But it's
It used to be the joke when someone would say, "I need it on the internet."
It's an investigation.
I read it on the internet.
It's a level of thinking, it's a level of questioning that I think for such a long time hasn't happened. And the silver lining of this age of misinformation is that it's also going to lead forward to an age of
Preach,
skepticism.
internet Jesus.
It's
Facts.
going to lead forward to people
On Easter week, too.
reflexively just believing that, you know what, this might not even be true. And I think that's very long overdue, because people for a very, very long time had trusted the mainstream media. I think COVID really severed this. But before that, and even now, to an extent, if they're saying the things that you agree with, people do trust the mainstream media. And I think the problem with trusting the mainstream media is that they don't necessarily lie, but they do misrepresent. And they misrepresent in a way that can effectively completely shift the feeling, the intent, the goal.
That's why I try to just stay away from those news sources, period, and just watch the actual news sources that we get in stream, because it's not even that they lie, it's just the way in which they contort the reality. Like, watching CNN report on Trump's Sharpie marker is going to be different than watching Fox report on it, but both of them are going to skew reality.
Or anything like that.
He just described the whole Democratic Party retard. Facts.
They can shift it entirely, and I think that people would just accept that unquestioningly. And I think that one of the silver linings of the age of misinformation that we're entering into now is that is calling into question everything. It's calling into question
what is reality?
All information,
24-hour news disaster,
all like different, all primary information, all videos, all images. And I think that now that we've also created other secondary sources for people being able to, you know, say, hey, this isn't true, hey, this is not real, and being able to detect this, I do think that there will be a long-term positive effect, but it will take a lot longer than you might imagine. But hopefully, the main thing that I really hope for is that they're able to get rid of the people getting paid for this stuff, right? I don't have a problem. I don't want to have people get banned, right? I don't want people to get banned. But if you're posting fake information and AI videos and stuff like that, and you're presenting it as if it's real.
The irony of Asmon talking about audience capture and misinformation while most of his normie audiences left and pushes race realism because racial IQs. What are you getting at, Devious? Are you just slanted to the left or the right? Is that the problem here? Because this should be a common, very simple thing for everybody to unite under. This should be a very simple concept of misinformation.
You've got a pretty big problem. And I think...
Do you know the definition of reality?
It's pretty obvious to see how this is an issue.
Devious Chris gets it. The irony of Asmon talking about audience capture and misinformation. What's the irony of that? Please inform me. Are you like you're implying a fake fucking thing? You're implying that what he delivers is misinformation. That what he delivers is audience capture. You do realize that this video is literally just a thumbnail of him, and it says, "We really need to talk about this." Somebody earlier said this was clickbait, but again, I don't know how 300,000 views for a video called "We Really Need to Talk About This," where the fucking thumbnail is just a shot of you talking to a camera, is somehow clickbaiting, manipulating, contorting, misrepresenting, or anything other than that. This man grew up the same way I did. This man does the same thing I do. You really, 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 really don't get it if you're against Asmongold. You really, really, really aren't thinking for yourself if you think that Asmongold is somehow captured by a political ideology. He pushes race realism, making claims that race determines IQ. And where did you hear that, Devious? Maybe from a fucking retard news source? Where did you hear that? Did you watch that and decide to come up with that exact claim and terminology and the way in which you constructed that sentence all on your own? Or are you copying and pasting something that you read third party? This is the problem. This is the 1984 effect, people. Never say simple to a dem. It just doesn't compute. Sounds like clickbait. He's trying to trick you into watching a video with no context. Fucking retards. You know what? Just for being super fucking retarded today, 24-hour ban for fucking pack whatever the fuck retard that was. You can come back tomorrow if you want to not be retarded. We're talking about misinformation here. This is a very simple, straightforward thing. If you're going to say that Asmongold is contorting or manipulating the story, but Sneeko isn't, Nick Fuentes isn't, Tucker Carlson isn't, Hannity isn't, Fox News isn't, CNN isn't, MS Now isn't, New York Times isn't, Donald Trump isn't, the YouTube guy that's watching all the videos and commenting on it, that's the one manipulating everything? Fucking true retard.
I don't want to see anybody get banned. I don't want to see anybody get censored. But I don't want to see those fuckers get paid either. And I think that's a big problem.
Absolutely.
And the more that you have these people getting paid, the more this issue will continue to grow. I wanted to talk about this because I think it's going to keep getting worse. But at a certain point, I think we're very close to the climax. And after that, I could see things beginning to improve, get better. And for the, global internet awareness or the consciousness...
Like, again, opinions are opinions, and Devious was already here as a mod. Like, I respect you. You can say what you need to say, Devious, but you're copying and pasting shit. And then you got these fucking retard minions underneath you supporting this, retard endeavor of saying that, a YouTuber commenting on the news is media manipulation. You're completely missing the point of everything if you're going to copy and paste democratic contorted responses of cancel culture on a YouTube commenter. He's not the mastermind, y'all. He can't even cut his hair. I'm not the mastermind. I can't even lose a fucking 5 pounds. We're watching it in front of us in real time. You're watching the White House press secretary do it yesterday, where she's blaming the Democrats. You're watching Mike Johnson and fucking Hakeem Jeffries do it every day, pointing the finger at each other. You're watching CNN and MS Now and New York Times and every other motherfucker under the sun refuse to give you the information without a narrative attached to it. And we're going to attack the commenters for pointing out that everything is fake and everything is media manipulation. We're going to now try to build a world where the person pointing out misinformation is now the one developing the misinformation. And I know their heads probably exploded when I said either the word Mike Johnson or Hakeem Jeffries, because God for fucking bid, we just blame both of them.
To have a much larger degree of skepticism.
God for fucking bid, we say Caroline Leavitt is reading the fucking Fox News citing on the amount of seconds of good news coverage of Iran, and that she's contorting the manipulation of the media. Or anyone else on the left or right that's actually putting out the media. No. The YouTuber with 2 editors in Austin, Texas, he's manipulating the whole Iran war, guys. Yep, that's it. You got it. You win. You figured it out. The media manipulator of all manipulators is Asmongold with his video titled, "We Really Need to Talk About This," followed by a deep and complex 20-minute straight-up sit-down with no jump cuts, no edits, simply saying everyone's going insane and everyone's being a retard. And then here we are, just like with the TMZ conversation yesterday, back in retard mode. Justice Keegan gave me some hope today. Left my ass. What did Justice Keegan do? Give me that one, because we're not going to be able to subscribe. Love this. Love you, DB. Give me that thing on Justice Keegan, because we don't listen to the audio on the Supreme Courts. I want to know what they did. LOL, Kristi Noem's husband is a crossdresser. Kristi Noem. He's right, because these people that are getting paid will push any narrative they're told to because they're receiving money. Absolutely.
Even with things that they believe. And that's what I hope for, and that, in my opinion, is the best thing that can come out of misinformation.
Ain't no source for that.
But goddamn, is it a painful road. So anyway, I wanted to talk about this with you guys today. Thank you all very much for watching. I appreciate it. And let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll see you tomorrow.
And it's tough, too, because it's like you're isolating your own audience. You think I want to fight with Devious? You think I want to fight with the people that are here supporting the channel? No, but we can't keep doing this, guys. We can't keep fucking barking up the wrong tree, quoting some out-of-context fucking RT article or Al Jazeera or Daily Beast or whatever the fuck nonsense news article gave us the gobbledygook today and saying, here, let me fact check you. Here's my opinion. It's completely slanted to one side. And completely built around the construct of this sentence and the delivery of the mass media to manipulate this exact news story. Daddy Trump signed some executive orders today, guys. I got to get some water. Enjoy Daddy Trump. I'll be back. We'll discuss the news. I appreciate you, DVS, if you're still here. I'm not mad at you. I just don't like it. I hate the copy and paste responses on both sides. Let's see if I can try to come up with one real quick that's like a simple one. The JD Couch one is definitely a Democrat one. The Democrats, I don't want to be one-sided, but the Democrat side does tend to have a lot more of these because they have the mainstream media. So there's a lot of liberal people that don't think they're liberal, and they think that, well, I don't believe in COVID, or I thought this thing was nonsense, or I thought this vaccine thing was nonsense, so I don't believe all of it. And so you still accept the overall narrative of the New York Times or the overall narrative that you hear every day on these fucking platforms. But they're the problem. They're the true problem. I mean, Nick Shirley is a prime example of the right-wing side of it. Absolutely, actually. Which is like you couldn't say, and the same thing with the bombing. You can't admit that there's 175 kids dead. Well, 167 kids dead, 175 casualties. Like we gotta fucking find a middle ground, guys. Fuck, man. We're gonna lose our own sanity here if we don't. Asmongold is notoriously uneducated, and assume Alex is too. Absolutely, I guess so, Michael. Appreciate you coming in and educating me with your Boondock Saints logo and your very high quality educated comment. She came out against Justice Kennedy about constitutional law Justice Jackson, my bad. Oh, Jackson's always doing some crazy ass shit. Fucking every time I'm hearing Jack, I'm like, Jackson fucking. She was on Broadway, y'all. She was on Broadway. 8-1 SCOTUS decision on Colorado law regarding free speech. Free speech. See, here's the contortion of the media. Because what was this free speech regarding, guys? Are we ready? Conversion therapy. Conversion therapy. So if you're a Democrat, or if you're if you're on the Republican side of it, you go, they unbanned, or no, if you're on the liberal side of it, they unbanned conversion therapy. You're now legally allowed to do conversion therapy. If you're a Republican, though, you just go, oh, it's just free speech. Makes sense. Just free speech. It's a freedom of speech issue. Freedom of speech on what? Owning and running a conversion therapy center. Okay.
That's where President Trump is signing.
Big bag of pot, cleaning up house. Uh-oh. All right, I'll be back, guys. I got some water.
Proudly by
Gotta get some water.
Having to do with voter integrity and mail-in ballots and stopping the massive cheating that's gone on. And so we're going to be signing an executive order. It's, I believe it's foolproof. And maybe it'll be tested, maybe it won't. I think it's very obvious what's said. And I'll ask Will Scharf to start off, attorney, a great talent, a very brilliant young man. And if you could discuss it, and then I'm going to ask Howard Lutnick to say a few words, and then I'm going to sign it, and we'll take a couple of questions. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. President, as you said, you have in front of you an executive order that deals with a number of issues relating to election integrity. As you've consistently identified, two of the biggest problems we have with election integrity in this country are, one, inaccurate voter rolls that allow ineligible people to vote in various federal and state elections all over the country. And then secondarily, you've consistently identified that vote by mail in this country has become rife with fraud. People returning ballots who aren't eligible to return ballots, ballots being sent to people who aren't confirmed to be eligible voters. So what this executive order is going to do is, one, we're going to take federal data. We're going to ensure that each state's election officials are provided with a comprehensive view of who the eligible voters in their jurisdiction actually are, allowing them to properly verify that everybody voting in their elections is legally able to vote. And then it orders the Postmaster General, the U.S. Postal Service, to take bold new measures to verify that ballots both being sent to people are being sent to people who are eligible to vote, and then that ballots being returned are being properly returned by eligible voters only. And we believe that combined, the measures in this executive order will help secure elections in the future and ensure that the many abuses of our election system in the past aren't repeated in future elections.
Right. Howard?
So the fundamentals of our democracy are built on voter integrity, right? We all need it. You've said it time and time again. It's a total agreement amongst everybody. So here's the idea. The states, right, run these elections. They will, if they want to use the U.S. mail, the U.S. Postal Service, they're going to get a code, a barcode from the U.S. Postal Service, and they're going to put that on the envelope, and we will have one envelope per vote. None of this time where we have no idea, there's no observers to mail, there's no envelopes, there's no certainty. That's all going to go away, and what the president is doing today is he's going to make sure that mail-in ballots are safe, secure, and accurate, and will have a clear distinction. If you voted by mail, you will have it on the envelope. Obviously not on the ballot, but on the envelope. So we will know 1 million mail-in ballots. There'll be 1 million envelopes, and you'll be able to know exactly, correctly, that citizens voted.
And this came up with some great legal minds. They looked at the various documents and everything that was going on, because the cheating on mail-in voting is legendary. It's horrible what's gone on. And it's very clearly covered, very, very clearly. So I think this will help a lot with elections. We'd like to have voter ID. We'd like to have proof of citizenship, and that'll be another subject for another time. We're working on that. You would think it would be easy. It's a 98% issue for Republicans. It's 86%. The thing just came out, a poll, and it's 86% with Republicans and Democrats, not leaders, because the leaders of the Democrats cheat. And the only people that don't want to do voter ID are people that cheat. There's no other reason for it. Proof of citizenship, they want to be able to cheat. There's no reason. They have all sorts of reasons, excuses, but it's all nonsense. They want to cheat. But the Democrats themselves are very high. It's a very positive, very, very good thing. The Democrat voters, the Democrat leaders, guys like Schumer, who are corrupt, they want to use it for cheating because their policy is so bad with, think of their policy, open borders for everybody, where people pour into our country from countries all over the world. Think of that.
I do want to point this out real quick. That's why I came back real quick. We're gonna drop our poll, but real quick, I did pin the comment. When did they discover oil on the moon? And Devious actually pointed it out as well. The Chinese found helium-3 on the moon, which could be used to efficient fusion reactors. That's the number one thing with this whole moon thing tomorrow, is we're trying to put a fucking nuclear reactor on the moon. And then when I heard this from NPR and the New York Times, both of them were like, it could be really good, because a nuclear reactor on the moon, we already signed a treaty internationally that no one owns the moon. And I'm like, you mean America and its allies specifically are going to put a nuclear reactor on the moon while claiming that no one owns the moon? I feel like we've done this before. I feel like this nuclear reactor has a lot of similarities to, like, this moon base has a lot of similarities to the one, the only Israel. It seems like we're putting another Israel on the fucking moon, people. It's a 100% issue with me, with voter ID. TDS can be terminal. You need ID for everything else. Thoughts on the news about Kristi Noem's husband? What is Kristi Noem's husband? What is this? Second, somebody, are you the same person doing the same thing all day, or are we doing this thing? Kristi Noem's husband issue today. There was some sort of news about him. Give me it clear. Just the facts, Gemini. Come on, baby. Like what you see, hit that like button, double tap it, guys. But tomorrow we will be doing the rocket launch live. Hopefully. If NASA goes with it, we will be doing it live. We will be here about a half an hour before launch time, around 4:30 Central Time, and we will be watching the rocket go up live, y'all. JD Vance, 42%. Gavin Newsom, 32%. AOC and Marquis Rubio's both hitting the 13s. Remember, today, who will be president in 2028? All right, here's the runoff, y'all. JD Vance with 7 wins, right? 7 wins? Is that what it is? 7 wins, yep. 7 wins right now. And Gavin Newsom with 2 wins. Okay. And then our third party choice tonight, Asmongold. It's a little bit of a different one. I'm interested because I know that there's going to be a lot of people that join the chat that might not even know who Asmongold is. So maybe they'll just vote for him because he's non-political in that perspective. We'll see. Are you guys for or against Trump? I am for people calling Trump daddy because he is your daddy, whether you like him or not. I always grade my Trump every day live here on the show. He either gets a win or a loss. I haven't heard anything that Daddy Trump has said today, so I'm not too sure if he's at the win or the lose column. But let's hear it.
Just take any issue, take anything, everything they have.
I saw somewhere he was cross-dressing online. Oh, okay, let's see what this is. Here are the clear, straightforward facts regarding the news that broke today about Byron Noem. The allegations. A report published by the Daily Mail alleges that Byron Noem has maintained a secret online life involving cross-dressing and a fetish known as bimbo fixation, which centers on exaggerated, surgically enhanced proportions. He allegedly used the pseudonym Jason Jackson, over a 14-month period to communicate with adult models in this community. I believe it, guys. I believe it. Windows are always subject to weather changes and Kessler syndrome. Still confused. Are you going to do the Duke Illinois game? We're not going to be able to show the game, but I am going to do live reaction. So we are going to do live reaction, and we'll probably have a scoreboard up on it. The report includes photos reportedly showing him wearing women's clothing, including pink hot pants and a flesh-colored crop top with padding to simulate large breasts. Okay. Lady kills her dog. Lady shoots a lady. Lady shoots a man. Trump finally fires her, but then recants it and says, actually, she got a promotion. And now her husband's a crossdresser? Can we just get the fuck rid of Kristi Noem? Cash Patel and Kristi Noem, my fucking God. And Pam Bondi, too. Stop it, people. This is true 1984 syndrome. Where we're like, but Daddy Trump said. These are bumbling, fumbling morons. These are the retards of the retards. How in the hell? Now her husband is trans. She shot a dog, a lady, and a man. Got a promotion from the guy notoriously firing people. And now her husband is a trans. Y'all, Kristi Noem's husband is the GOAT. Show the world how great MAGA really is. He has some crazy knockers. Is this real? Is this, God damn it, guys, am I gonna, fuck. Fire, no. Give me it. Yo, what a little dirty bitch. This guy's a little dirty bitch. You guys ever watch like porn like that and you're like, ooh, this lady has like really gross tits. And then you're like, this guy's like porn addicted to the fucking ends, y'all. This is some dirty, oh, that's a dirty bitch. Oh, guys. Why you keep doing the drop down menu, fucking New York Post? Don't you want me to see this? Come on, stop it. Gotta keep his face up there. Fuck. Wow. Wow, y'all. There it is. Shot her dog. Shot Renee Good. Shot the fucking stupid hipster nurse. Shot the lesbian, shot the fucking hipster nurse, shot the dog, husband's a trans. Hell yeah, I'm a little hard right now. Bro, I don't know. Starting to get that way for me a little bit. I was saying it ain't so. It's so real, hello. You scrolled past it, hello. It's back at the top. I was saying it ain't so. This is so crazy. This is crazy. Those videos were with the third worlder woman with the rash on their pussy are so sexy. What the fuck is going on, guys? Knock it off and get me banned. What the hell? Y'all gonna get me banned? What in the world? This is on the Daily Mail, y'all. This is not me. Y'all. I need to lose some weight because I gotta go try to fucking snag up Kristi Noem. You know how hot it is to be a murdering hot bitch, a murdering hot white bitch. She was in charge of like the Gestapo guys or whatever, right? It's like she's basically Adolf Hitler, and she murdered her own dog, and she killed a lesbian, and she killed a gay nurse. And she's clearly single now, right? I mean, and she's a fucking hottie. I'm sorry, we want to, her face is melting, South Park or whatever. Her husband is trans. She's now hot again. This is a win for Kristi Noem. She doesn't know it yet, but she has now become a hot lady once again. It's kind of crazy, but that's how it works. It's really, truly how it works, guys. Where are the hair extensions? Maybe he wants to be Jerry Marmory Moa? I don't know. I fucked that one up, man. That was probably a good joke, but I missed it. If I donate, can we buy you some fake tits too? Absolutely. Put them on right now. You won't make it out her bed alive. Facts. But now she looking like one of these, like, you know, she got that what's that lady that killed her baby? What's the lady that killed her baby? Not Amanda Knox, the other one. Famous lady didn't kill her baby in Florida. Who was the famous lady who didn't kill her baby in Florida? It's going to say it, but it's Casey something. Casey Anthony! Thank you. Casey Anthony. It's the Casey Anthony effect, guys. Kristi Noem is now hot again. Wild, but true. Kristi Noem hottie. Can I do that? Kristi Noem hottie. Oh, she is a hottie. That husband's fucking cray-cray. That's so insane. All right. What else was on this? The family response. A spokesperson from former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem released a statement saying she is devastated and that the family was completely blindsided by the news. Fuck. That actually kind of sucks. You shouldn't feel bad for a triple murderer, but I kind of do. You know, if it wasn't for murdering the dog, I might feel bad. But, you can kill the lesbian, you can kill the gay nurse. The dog, that's where I draw the line. So basically, I drew my line on Kristi Noem before she even had the position. Because for real, guys, if you look back at my top YouTube shorts, go on my channel page, go to the most popular YouTube shorts. If you scroll down, there's like one with like 100 or 200,000 views. And it's me, like, 3 years ago during the primaries when Kristi Noem was doing the fucking book, being like, why are we letting this person out in public anymore? This needs not be a thing anymore. She killed her dog and wrote about it in a book. You donezo. And apparently she wasn't. I kind of want her to be resilient enough to get through this somehow, but Jesus fucking Christ. When asked about the situation, Donald Trump stated he hasn't seen the report. Yeah, of course he fucking did. Of course he fucking did, bro. Of course he fucking... I haven't seen anything. What the fuck? Ask JD. I don't go on the internet. Aren't you notorious for tweeting every hour? I don't. It's just ask JD Vance. Fucking hey, man. When asked, Donald Trump stated he hasn't seen a report and knew nothing about it, but added, "I feel badly for the family if that's the case." Bro. Security and whistleblower claims, blackmail risk. Former intelligence officials quoted in the report noted that a secret double life of this nature could have exposed Kristi Noem to blackmail and hostile intelligence services while she served as DHS secretary. Whistleblower motive. Axios reporter Mark Captito stated he received a tip back in February about the story. His source claimed the whistleblower was an immigrant sex worker who exposed the behavior as vengeance for the strict immigration enforcement. He was showing off his fake tits to some fucking wokey lady on the internet, and she was like, I'm an immigrant and I will be a warrior. Carried out in DHS. And you know what? Respect the lady that fucking whistleblowed. Because she was an immigrant. So, that was the enemy. Fucking A. Well, I mean, the dude that hit on and said he wanted to date a 10-year-old in 10 years is the one who gave her the position. It checks out. Okay. All right. Again, Donald Trump is bad. Okay, gotcha. What the fuck, man? Trump too busy with his Shabbat? Bro threw his hands up on that one. But again, Trump did it in particular Trump fashion, which is like, I don't know anything about that. But if I did. Motherfucker.
So crazy.
Back to Trump daddy.
They don't want to sign voter ID is another issue. It's a big issue. The fact that they don't have proof of citizenship.
That's not only a whistleblowing she was doing.
That they want men in women's sports. So the only way, they assume, the only way they can win is to cheat. When you have men in women's sports, it's fine. It's wonderful. By the way,
I mean, fake tits are tits. Am I right? Someone please give me an affirmation. Somebody please say I'm okay.
And got that terminated for the Olympics. Very nice. Now, girls will have to
You're good.
in the boxing ring like they did last time. If you saw those fights, two people that transitioned beat the hell out of everyone, out of other people, women. It was not a pretty sight to watch. So I worked very hard with the
Speaking of transitioning,
Olympic Committee, and we were able to get
sounds
that
like
out, so the
purple
Olympics will
nurple
not have
time.
men in women's sports. But these are the things that they vote on, and that's why we're having a problem with them. They don't want ICE because they don't want people to be taken out of our country that are murderers, that are drug dealers, and that are people from mental institutions, the criminally insane. These are not nice people, and it's amazing. It's not even believable. If you go back 12, 13, 15, 20 years, that we even have to bring up a subject like there will be no trans mutilation. We don't want any transgender mutilization of.
If Redditors can jerk off on a cartoon boobs, then I can jerk off to Jello boobies.
Our children. We don't want to have people pouring into our country from other countries all over the world, where prisons are opened up. All over the world, they're opened up.
But for real, though, I'm just saying, Kristi Noem available now? Because again, Kristi Noem, give me the call! Oh my God, Kristi Noem.
And they pour into our country.
You're the hottest woman out there right now. As Donald Trump would say, we're the hottest. She's the hottest. You're the hottest woman out there right now. Look at that. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Hottie McGee. Hottie McGee. Damn. Kristi Noem. What's crazy is those tits are pretty, I'm just going to say it, those tits are pretty good. Okay, and also, does she have fake tits? Is that what the thing is? Is, she actually has botched titties? Alex begging to share a shallow grave with crickets? No, I'm just saying, bro. For real, she a hottie now. Casey Anthony effect on her fucking trans husband or whatever. And, these some, shout out to the mods. Great work. Appreciate you, DB. And the mods are great. Even you, Devious. Nice tits, yummy. Hey now. This is what dreams were made of. Kristen, no. Why are you laughing at someone's health declining? Oh, you're right. That's what it's about. It's about mental health decline. I forgot. Sorry, Big Mega Pie. You're right. Whoa, wait a minute. Big Mega Pop 420. He was our first member. He gifted the gift subscriptions. For $3 a month, you too can become a comrade. But Big Mega Pot is no longer a comrade. You're no longer a comrade. You're no longer full communist. Big Bag of Pot has graduated to his second month as the first ever member of Team Venezuela. We have 39 North Koreans now and 1 Venezuelan. Appreciate you so much, Big Bag of Pot 420. I wasn't talking to you, Alex. I don't. My bad. Oh, okay. Who cares if Kristi's are fake? I'm not complaining. No. I'm just trying to think of the theory behind it, okay? Like, he marries Kristi Noem. He thinks he's got it all in the bag, right? She's a tight little body, and she's got these little fake titties, right? But the titties aren't, like, great. They're fake, but they're good, you know? And then you start watching a bunch of porn and getting addicted to porn and shit. And you're dating fake titty, like, stick body babe, Casey Anthony babe, Kristi Noem here, okay? What do you start doing with your porn addiction? You start trying to, do the AI. Like, what would you do to AI Kristi Noem here? I think you would just keep blowing the titties up until they popped, right? It's the natural progression of men, okay? Is to dress up with fake titties and masturbate because your wife killed 3 people and, like, she's such a fucking... God, I feel so bad for her now. I didn't feel bad at all. I thought she was like the dumbest box of rocks. I hated her just like Pam Bondi. But now I desire Kristi Noem in so many ways. Something animalistically in me turned. The second that he put the fake titties on, it all shifted in me.
888.
Can I have Trelly's husband's number? Congratulations, Big Bag of Pot. None of them got anything on Paula Abdul Luna. Yeah, okay, her, or, hear me out, my all-time favorite, Lauren Boebert. She didn't even have a GED before she got into Congress. Those glasses, y'all. Yo, you seen those glasses? And she didn't even have a GED, y'all? It's like... Oh, yo, that my type of crazy. That my type of crazy. Yes, please.
Murderers. Think of that. We got many of them out.
But just to make sure, let's look at Laura. And by all means, women in the chat, if you know any corpses in Congress that you want to say are hot, we can look them up as well. Anna Paulina Luna. Yeah, but she's annoying. That's the thing. She's still got that like when she did the Joe Rogan. It's super, like, she's just annoying me. But she does look hot when she did that. Like that one. Nah. Not on Lauren. Nah. I mean, I can see why. I can see why you say it. Your cup of tea to my cup of tea, right? But, oof, this is the crazy. That's what yeah. Every day. But, you know who nobody likes? And it's, like, kind of crazy because she doesn't age at all. It's just like, what is this? Is this a human being? What is it? Y'all, you got to tell me. What is it? Never stick it in crazy, Alex. And I do it all the time.
By the way,
my problem.
Washington, D.C. just set a new
Penny
record
from
for
BBT
safety.
is hot. Pretty sure we're going to finally hear Mitch McConnell come out of the closet soon, too.
Because, Peter, when you walk down the street, you're not mugged lately.
I think Mitch McConnell's good. They're just, like... The corporations that are in charge of Mitch McConnell or whatever is going on there, they're just going to drag that dead body out until they can find a replacement. Clam Bondi? Or are you saying claim Bondi? Are you saying you would claim Bondi? Or clam Bondi? Am watching the USA Portugal game with the second half to start. USA is 1-0 down. Damn! Soccer? Right? Soccer? This is like pre World Cup though. We don't care. In America, we only care when the competition has a winner. Okay?
But,
Bernie Sanders sacks.
It's a very safe city now. We took
Bernie Sanders sack. Your thoughts? Let's track. Bernie Sanders sack. I mean, the way he covers it is kind of weird. You never really get a good look at it, you know? Yeah. He's always either getting crossed or it's just a good close-up. You never get a good look at his sack.
great pains to make it that way, but it actually happened pretty quickly. Within 3 months, it was good.
Clam.
Within 4 months, it was very good.
Or
Within
how
5
about
months, it was great. Now
Bondi?
it's better than it
Yeah,
ever
there you go,
was.
Sham.
And so Washington, D.C. is now considered a very, very safe city. We removed almost 4,000 people, just so you understand. You know, an interesting stat is that 2% of the people create more than 90% of the crime. And the good thing about that is when you get rid of 2%, it's not that many, you don't have a lot of crime. But Washington, D.C., we're very proud of.
Guys, this is what AI is for, okay? This is exactly what AI is for. Give me the best nickname for Pam Bondi based off these suggestions. Clam Bondi. What was it? Sham Bondi. And what was the other one? There was a third one. Somebody give me a third one. Nope, Clam Bondi. Or how about Sham Bondi or Slam Bondi? That's what it was. Slam Bondi. Just put short in on Russell 2000. Keep selling chat, please. LOL. Let's make money, baby. Okay. You and your cryptos. Whoever wants to follow B999, go over there and you can follow him. Palm Beach Bondi. Palm Beach Blondie. I like that one. That one's a good one, Sean. But, what do we got? No. Not pick one. Make up better and new ones. What is the best grammatical insult nickname? Come on, Gemini. Do your job. Be a bully. Watch, it comes back and it goes, I cannot bully people with nicknames. It's like, motherfucker. If you're going to maximize the impact, Slam Bondi for the best option. Blah, 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 blah. If you're tossing out old lists and looking at a truly clever, grammatically sharp insult, the kind that places it, Pam beyond me. Pam beyond me! Pam beyond me! Scam Bondi, y'all. How did no one do Scam Bondi? This is what AI is for. Spam Bondi. Pam Bondi villain. No, that's stupid. Pam Vagabondi. No. Pam beyond me. And I think it's Scam Bondi. Scam Bondi is the best one. I don't know why none of us thought of that. Scam Bondi. Scam Bondi. Or Pam beyond me.
Out of Memphis, Tennessee, and
Bazinga?
Louisiana, New Orleans is unbelievable.
Forget
The
also
safest-
beyond me.
They just finished their Mardi Gras.
But it's just grammar. So, like, the fucking computer knows best. If you ever need to insult a politician, just ask the computer.
They had the safest
Pam Bondage me? Pam Bondi?
Mardi Gras in 58 years.
Todd Blanchy? I I thought of scam and spam, but I felt they were mediocre. Excellent. Exactly. The beyond me is the Bam beyond me. Bam scam Bondi. Oh, Bam scam Bondi. I like that. I like that, Darlene. We got Daddy Fondle Trump on the screen again. Daddy Fondle. Daddy Fondle. Daddy Fondle.
Mr. Governor just called me. Jeff Landry just called me. He said it's the safest Mardi Gras in 58 years.
Safest Mardi Gras.
And really, Chicago should call.
It's the safest Easter. The only person that died, or no, it's the safest Good Friday. The only person that died is Jesus Christ.
And say we'd like help. New York should call. They've had a
safest Good Friday ever.
Only one help.
Only one death.
Los Angeles should
Christ
call
himself.
Well, I think they have to. Now we're going to have to do something when it comes World Cup time, and we're going to have to force ourselves upon them, which we have the right to do, because we don't want to have any crime. We don't want to have any problems for the Olympics and the World Cup, and even for 250. So with all of that, I'm very happy to
Clan
be
bondage.
signing the voter integrity, and I think it's going to be really great. So if you don't mind, I will take some time and I'll make this signature absolutely perfect.
Executive order on
So
mail-in
very
voting.
good.
Whoa, that's crazy. You know what he did? He realized if they're going to go on vacation and leave it to me to break the law, to basically bail them out and pay people, then I'm going to do whatever other executive orders I want. The other shit I want. Why shouldn't I get my way if I'm breaking the law anyway? If you're forcing me to and forcing me to be the bad guy. Because people have to get paid either way. Bro, that's more and more rancorous every day. Trump is going to rename it to Best Friday. It's not just a good Friday. It's the best Friday. That's a good one. Doesn't surprise me. In this administration, I mean, the person put in charge of Doge was also caught. Emailed Jeffrey Epstein begging to go to the island for the wildest parties. The five head is Miracleicious. Hope he got cheaper pins. So are you excited? The Rubio said 3-4 more weeks at least on the war. Woo! Did he? Did he say that? I'm going to double check that one via our Gemini, because that's an interesting one. Did Rubio say the war will extend in Iran by 3 to 4 weeks? Either today or recently. All right. Are we back on? Yeah, okay. Let's see. Because I don't know if we'll get to it tonight, because we're an hour and 41 minutes into the chat, guys. Double tap, hit that like button, hit the subscribe. When you hit the subscribe, you then can hit join. When you hit join, you get a little North Korean flag next to your name, like Sean Lawrence over here. You become a comrade. You help support the channel, and you get access to all 17 of my feature films. I am going to be releasing, what is it called? Voter Suppression. Voter Suppression, an hour-long mockumentary, Borat style, where I got kicked out of a Trump rally in 2020. That's going to be dropping for members only tomorrow. Shane, it makes sense because he's almost been killed several times and the Iran conflict isn't going 100% his way. Who's watching Asmon Roach? That's what we talked at the beginning about. It was about misinformation on the internet, which I think that we can all kind of unite behind Alex. Whether you like Azzy or not.
So far, so good. Okay, so that's a big deal. Very proud of it. And I don't know how it can be challenged. You'll probably challenge it. You may find a rogue judge. You get a lot of rogue judges.
Well, they're going to the reason he's doing this is because then they have to challenge all of them or none of them. If he only did an executive order for the checks on Friday, everyone in Congress would come back and just do their stupid vote, and move on with their fucking shit and be like, well, that was just an executive order for that one time anyway, so it doesn't really matter. By adding in all these other executive orders while they're on break, they either got to fight it all or not. And if they're fighting it, they're fighting the paychecks that they refused to pay out before they came back. That's a crazy conundrum to be in.
Very bad people, very bad judges.
Alex, glad I stopped by. I'll be back. DB, appreciate you. He's been the DSP, LOL. Seattle was flooding and he was still sending his wife out to work and got mad because he couldn't get his DoorDash. Who is? He's better than DSP. Oh, DSP. Oh, really? That's what happened with DSP? That's pretty crazy.
That's the only way that can
I didn't know that.
change, and hopefully we'll win an appeal if it is, but I don't see how anybody can challenge it. I don't see how they can challenge it.
Well, because they got to challenge them
Remember,
all.
it's about voter integrity. We want to have honest voting in our country, because if you don't have honest voting, you can't have really a nation, if you want to know the truth. Howard, I'll give that to you. Do you have any questions, please?
Yes, Mr. President. As you know, there's issues right now with DHS not being funded, and CoStar is one of them.
This is a streamer.
It's very important, especially with things going on with Strait of Hormuz and here in our own country. You have the power to transfer control from the Department of Homeland Security to the Navy. Are you considering doing that?
No, I have a lot of powers to do things, and we use the powers where appropriate. Sometimes you don't have to use those powers. You know, they're a little severe. And then people accuse me of being a king. You see, the king, this is the new one. They've been trying for a long time, including 4 years where I was out of office watching how badly this country was run. But they've been trying for a long time. You know what they really are doing is they want to have people coming into our country. They want to have open borders. They want to have criminals coming into our country. They want to have people unchecked, unvetted, coming into our country that you can look at them and say, this is not good. And that's what happened. They allowed 25 million people into our country. Many of those...
DSP is insane. His wife came in on him at like 1 or 2 in the morning while he was talking to Wings and Redemption and hold him to shut up.
People were criminals. Many of them were drug dealers and murderers and people that were let out of mental institutions, prison populations in some countries. The Congo, almost its entire prison population was allowed to come into the United States of America. The Congo. Many of the countries in South America, they emptied their prisons out into our country. This was under Biden. And nobody can tell me that's a good thing. And yet, they haven't changed their ways, because if they ever took power, they would open up the borders and they would let people pour in and destroy our country. So I have many powers, but I don't have to use them. I mean, only in severe cases. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you. If you were able to sign the executive order to pay the TSA agents, why not do the same for FEMA and other agencies within the Department of Homeland Security?
Well, FEMA is different, because FEMA, I really believe that it's fine, but I think it's very inefficient. I think, we have smart governors, and one way to tell whether or not they're smart is how well they do. FEMA is a very expensive way of trying to put out a problem, but what I'd rather do is let the states do it and help them financially, but let the states do it. In other words, you'll have a hurricane in Florida, and people will come from Alaska. They haven't been to Florida. By the time they get used to it, the problem can be solved. So I'm never been a big fan of FEMA. I like to keep it local. I like to see governors and neighboring states help each other, as opposed to FEMA. FEMA is very expensive, and it really doesn't get the job done. North Carolina, they did a terrible job until I became elected a second time, and I went and we had that tremendous water flood. There was a water hurricane that likes it, which nobody has seen. Water flood. Land areas that never had lakes.
As opposed to what other kind of flood, guys? the water flood.
All of a sudden had lakes that you couldn't even get to it. And actually we were helped by Elon Musk with the communication, with his great communication system that worked very well. We were very lucky to save a lot of lives.
Wage quit.
We got to do things right. And if you don't do them right, we shouldn't do them at all. Yeah, please.
Thank you, President Trump. After you said today that
rage quits. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Closed much higher. Do you have thoughts on that? And also,
Can the EO be
Judge,
contested due to them not being able to spend non-congressional approval funds? Yeah, absolutely. All of these can be contested. But that's exactly the move, though, Devious, is if he only did the one to pay the TSA workers that he did on Friday, then everyone in Congress, all 535 of them, would go back after the 2-week vacation and just act like nothing happened. And then all the Democrats get to still say, Trump was doing illegal actions anyway. He was just doing illegal actions anyway. By putting all of these other things on the table that he wanted and making executive orders for all these other things, he is putting the chess piece out there. He is saying, come play. Come play and fight for everything and then explain why you were fighting against me paying people. It's a political maneuver. Or let me win because you went on vacation. Good evening from Toronto, Canada.
Well,
This guy is a real joker. Get rid of Trump.
It's basically, I mean, I wrote a part of his opinion, but basically.
I mean, to be honest, guys, I think he could have wrote on there. He could have said, everyone gets a mongoose at the end of the year. It doesn't fucking matter. It's just a piece of paper that they have to fight. And as long as they have to fight it, then they're going to have to fight the other one as well, which is the... And you know that that's what he's doing because that's what he did to get them out of session to begin with.
He's saying, I need congressional approval.
Right? Trump has no choice.
And
exactly.
He's so wrong. This is being financed.
This is
privately.
the what
It's
is
a
in relation
donation
to water.
being
When
given
he
by
was talking about the
companies,
hurricane,
very rich
he really
companies,
struggles
very
with
rich
water
people,
references.
so that
That is true. He tries to add like extra words on to everything, but then it's like the flood is just like the what is. That's funny. I still can't believe how intelligent people like Americans can vote for this joker. I voted for him the last time, first time ever, but I did. It took 3 tries, but they got me. They got me with the Kamala. It wasn't about to, and RFK was like, just do it. Just do it, guy. Just this one time, we're all gonna do it. And I was like, okay, RFK, I'll do it for you. You think he'll KH us if he doesn't get his way and the files come out? The files already came out. They dropped the files during the Iran war for a reason, y'all. Files are out. It was all about Jane Doe number 4, which is what the Democrats are latching onto now. There are no more files. They dropped all 6 million of them, guys. I mean, the real Americans should be ashamed of this idiot. Americans first. Dems sit down for Americans. Don't resort to name calling unless you want to engage in legit conversations. They say, intelligent dude, you're far from it. Okay, bro.
for 150 years they've wanted a ballroom here.
Patriots for
finest
DJ
ballroom,
too?
I believe, anywhere in the world. And he said, we need congressional approval. Well, they don't get congressional approval from the White House. When they do things, they don't, especially when you don't, we didn't ask for any tax money. We have no taxes. This is taxpayer free. We have no taxpayer putting.
Yeah, it's literally built off of donations. Why would they need congressional approval to do something with the executive branch? Like, this is the same thing as term limits, guys. This is the legislator, the people on vacation, the people with lifetime appointments, the people they get to never leave, the people that get to control forever, saying that collecting a bunch of donations in a completely separate branch of government, in which, under the Constitution of the United States of America, three separate but, what? Equal. Three equal branches of government. So why would the legislator ever think that a fully donated, taxpayer-free, funded building being constructed by the executive branch would need any other authority than the executive branch? That's fucking bonkers.
Up 10 cents. And I see right here, I just wrote it out. He said, we need congressional approval.
They stole the United States of America in 1951, and they are proving it by going on vacation and making him be responsible for fixing everything while they're gone.
Well, we built many things at the White House over the years. They don't get congressional approval when they build in the White House. It's totally separate. And especially when it's a donation.
Trump should bang my mom and I'd be so happy.
It's gotten great reviews. People love it.
Dumbass.
And presidents for 150 years have wanted this ballroom to be built, because when we have President Xi or other presidents or prime ministers coming, we don't have a big room. We have the East Room, which is very small. And he said we need congressional approval. He also said, but this is positive for us, I'm allowed, meaning we are allowed to continue building as necessary to, let's see, what is that? To cover the safety and security of the White House and its grounds. So it says here very carefully, the safety and security have to be protected of the White House grounds. Well, that's what we're doing, because everything's bulletproof glass, et cetera, including the ballroom. And then it goes construction and all of the things necessary. It says personal safety of the president and his staff are a part of that. So it talks about that we're allowed to continue building. In other words, he put an order on, and even that he gave 14 days. We don't need it, because that's what we're doing. He's allowed to continue building as necessary. And when it talks about the same...
Guys, I forgot to open up with this breaking news. Why do you hate Trump so much? And it pisses off the left. Good. Okay, you guys ready for this one? We haven't talked about this story at all, but this is the first time that there's been a story on this. And this is pretty crazy. This happened at like noon today, okay? The attorney prosecutor for Tyler Robinson in the case concerning Charlie Kirk's death tells TMZ the bullet matching test results were inconclusive. But that doesn't remove Tyler Robinson from suspicion. Attorney Christopher Ballard tells us, generally when a bullet fragment analysis comes back as inconclusive, that means fragment did not contain enough detail for the examiner to say one way or another. There's just not enough there to determine whether the bullet was fired by or a particular firearm. We have ample evidence to demonstrate beyond a reasonable doubt that Tyler Robinson committed this murder, and we will present some of that evidence at the upcoming preliminary hearing, and then we will present all of that evidence at the televised trial. As we reported, Tyler's defense team argues that a discrepancy between the ballistic evidence and the weapon prosecutors say is connected to Robinson is default for judgment. In a filed motion, they wrote, the defense may very well decide to offer the testimony of an ATF firearm analyst in exculpatory evident field. But Ballard says this isn't expected to derail their case against Robinson. He told us, can't speak about specific evidence, but the evidence that we detailed in the charging document in a general summary of the evidence that shows Tyler Robinson did commit this crime. Ballard added, he is presumed innocent. The ultimate decision will be up to the jury. We believe we will be able to overcome his presumption of innocence. As of now, Robinson allegedly confessed to his father that he shot and killed Kirk on the Utah Valley University campus on September 10th. Robinson's father reportedly told a youth pastor who happens to work with the U.S. Marshals, and Robinson ultimately surrendered at the Washington County Sheriff's Office around 10 p.m. on September 11th, nearly one day after the incident. The aggravated murder charge Robinson is facing could get him the death penalty if convicted. Woo, y'all! Them salty tears. He's face tweaking with anger. Just listen to the man, LOL. People don't hate Trump. They hate his stupid way of doing things. You're getting close to getting hidden from the channel. That is 12th hour news. I saw the late last night my time. If the bullet doesn't fit, you must have quit. Fucking hate. Oh my God. Oh, the fucking everything's coming back, ain't it? what's going on? But like, what does that imply? Does that imply that this is OJ, or does that imply that he actually is innocent? Like, what is nobody trusts Cash Patel, that's for fucking sure. What's going on? What the fuck? What? They're saying not enough evidence to tie the bullet to him? Yeah, bro sounds like CIA cleaning house. Facts. That fucking story of him telling his father, who told a youth pastor who worked for a fucking marshal, don't really sound all that accurate anymore when you find out the bullet not part of the evidence any longer. Then Charlie Kirk, yes sir, yeah, he was sitting up there with a gun for fun. That's, again, this is the problem. I watched this philosophy of the Charlie Kirk assassination. We all watched it, right? But the dismissal is to say there can't be shenanigans either involving him or others in any capacity whatsoever, and that you either have to believe that he was up there with a gun or that he, in fact, did not do this at all.
Safety and security.
There are a lot of other possibilities in the in-between, guys. I'm not saying I believe any of them, though. I will wait for the trial. Peak O.J. Simpson reference. Facts.
Of the White House.
Yeah, he was...
So, just so you know, I wrote some of the thing down. We have a drone-proof roof. And it talks about the president and his staff. Well, we don't have a lot of bulletproof glass. The White House was built a long time ago. This has the highest level of, in fact, they call this the glass,
sounds like me when I'm stoned. If Charlie Kirk was black, what would they think? If Charlie Kirk was black, they probably would have worshipped him even more. Can you imagine if the Hodge twins died instead of Charlie Kirk?
It's bulletproof and it's ballistic proof. It's very thick. It's like that. And it's going 45 feet high.
Can you imagine if Don Lemon died instead of Charlie Kirk?
And every window is covered, every door is covered.
I can vote for JD, but in my heart, I want Asmongold.
Secure air handling.
What is it? What is it doing? What are we doing? What are we doing over here? JD's still coming away with it. 14% though. Asmongold is doing better than Fetterman, and he's almost at the same rate as Joe Rogies. Wow, guys. I'm loving the chat. Keep voting for the Asmongold. Keep pushing it up, guys. Double tap. Hit that like button. We are in hour 2. We're going into hour 3 right now. We're only at 5,000. We got 4,500 views to hit before the end of the hour to go to that third hour, guys. I don't think we're going to do it, but I don't think there's enough news for it anyway. Or maybe there is. I don't know. Let's get back to Daddy Trump.
You know, bad things happen in the air if you have bad people. We have bio defense.
See through the bulletproof grass? If it is that thick, doesn't need to be mowed.
All over. We have secure telecommunications and communications all over. We have bomb shelters that we're building. We have a hospital and very major medical facilities that we're building. We have all of these things. So that's called I'm allowed to continue building as necessary. So
that's called I'm allowed to continue building as necessary. I don't know how I feel about all this because, like, you got to remember Congress is at Disney World, all 535 of them. So I still feel like it's a win for Daddy Trump today. But he is pulling some Trumpisms if there isn't any, man, today. Hear me out. Asmongold just saying what he think, and even if you don't agree in all points with him, I still like the way he talks. Just like Trump, he does the same, and I like that. Lord June, you get it. What you're getting at is just commonality of personal opinion. You can, like, you take in every subject yourself and you deliver your own opinion outside of the fucking boxes of shit. And that is a trait of Asmongold. That is a trait of Trump. That's a trait that I love to follow myself, and I hope you do as well. This joker, haha. Sorry for my bad English. I never learned it correctly back in Germany. No, your English is good, dude. My English is bad. I don't know how to read. I don't know how to read the chat. It goes so fast after Lindsey Graham hit it with his bubble wand vaccine.
For the safety of the president. So we have all these things. So on that, we're okay. Where he's totally wrong, and he made a statement, that's fine. But I'll give you an example. You have right here $300 to $400 million, depending on finishes. If I use very expensive marble, if I use very expensive wall coatings, if I could bring it up to 400. Otherwise, we're right now ahead of schedule. We're under budget. But depending on finishes, from $300 to $400 million are being given by great people that you all know.
I smell bullshit.
Rich people, rich companies, big companies.
I don't think it's bullshit. I think that it's ridiculous that the 535 people on vacation are saying that he needs congressional approval. He needs the legislator, a separate but equal branch of government, to approve a equal branch of government's building that has not a fucking single dime coming from their side. And I believe it because in 1951 they said the executive branch can only be for 8 years. Can only do it twice, guys. But it's a separate but equal branch to us lifelong legislators that are on vacation for 2 weeks. You picking up the vibe yet?
They wanted to
running
away
with another war in America.
Literally for 150 years.
I'm a natural-born American, but English is my second language.
Many of you have gone to the tent when we have
a
president of a big country or
Spanish, the first one, big bag?
Great distinction. And they sit in a tent, and if it rains, you get soaked because the grass gets wet here very fast. It's a very wet area.
Under budget, I was $100 million at first. It is also behind schedule after the original architect quit. Yeah, okay, but again, none of that matters, Devious. What really matters is the reason he's talking about this is the fact that Congress wants to step in and say whether he can build it or not. And it's a separate but equal branch of government, and the executive branch is not taking any funds from the legislator in order to do this endeavor. So whatever the legislator wants to do, the executive branch wants to do, the executive branch should be privy to do, since they are an equal branch of government.
They used to call it a wetland, but I guess they don't do that for the White House.
There should be a weight limit like presidents.
And when it rains, you're in trouble.
Weight limit for presidents?
The water can go up to 3 to 4
Why?
inches.
You only like skinny presidents?
That's
I
not
like
a good
fat
feeling
ones
for
better.
Prince.
They don't last as long.
Who was Prince Charles?
A Shane Dutch.
Who will be
Amish
here
Dutch,
next,
actually?
couple of weeks.
I was born Amish? Really? For real? That's crazy. Is that, wait, I thought, did you move back? You were in Arizona and then you moved back toward, like, Ohio or whatever? Like, did you move back that way? Or did you do the whole thing where you, like, leave when you turn 18 or whatever? Like, that's crazy.
King Charles was a great
It's very
guy.
American.
They don't want him to
That's
sit in a pool of water.
Whew.
And they've been wanting this for 150 years, and we're building it, and it's covered
Trump
perfectly.
got number
What's
one.
not covered perfectly is the
Guy
fact
is
that the
seriously
judge
for real.
said we need congressional approval.
For real, for
Many
real.
things have been built in the White House. They haven't gotten congressional approval.
He'll build a
Especially when the money is
town
being not put up by
called
the taxpayer. The
Trumpsville soon.
taxpayer's not putting up a dime. This building was necessary for many years by the fact that I've built many ballrooms, and I built many things, and I know how to build. I'm not building the Federal Reserve where the guy's spending $4 billion for a tiny little building. $4 billion for the Federal Reserve building. That contractor is going to be one of the richest men anywhere in the world after he finishes the Federal Reserve. The man is totally incompetent. Jerome, too late, Powell is totally incompetent. And he's got to get out of office pretty fast. He's doing a bad job, but he's also done a bad job in shepherding the construction of that building. You know, they ripped down a part of that building, and it was they say it's one of the nicest buildings in Washington. They ripped it down. So we feel, and we don't feel, we know that
more holes in the story than holes in
is
the
not necessary.
A sleeve?
Put up a ballroom. And with many
I don't
things
know,
that
bro.
were built on the site, they've
Sounds fucking legit to me. It sounds exactly like what Congress is doing. That's why they're on vacation doing it.
never gotten congressional approval. And especially when the money is all put up. This is all donations by people that love our country, that love the White House, and that feel it was very necessary.
Mr. President, a couple of questions for you on Iran, but first one that affects Americans here at home, gas prices. Today they hit $4.
And we're $4, yeah, and we have a country that's not going to be throwing a nuclear weapon at us in 6 months.
But Americans are feeling the effects in the interim of
And
this
they're also
operation.
feeling a lot safer.
What is the plan to bring them back down?
All I have to do is leave Iran, and we'll be doing that very soon. And they'll become tumbling down. And stock prices were up today almost to a record because
I did shoot through.
know two things. Number one, we have a safe country. We had to take a little detour because we had a madman named Khomeini, who sadly is no longer.
You look like a
with us.
junior volleyball coach.
And
like
we
Trump
had
president.
regime
I appreciate
change
that's
already.
actually
We
legit.
knocked
I like
out
that
one
one.
regime, then we knocked out the
Trump is
second
the GOAT.
regime. Now we have a group
Seriously,
of people
this
that's
guy
very,
is deluded
that are
and
very
that
different.
really
They're much more reasonable.
don't know
I think
how to
much
describe
less
this joker.
radicalized. We have had regime change. We're dealing with people that are much
I was
more
born
rational.
in Indiana. My family
And,
left the Amish when I was young. We
It's
moved
amazing
to
what
Michigan
we've
in
done. We had to make a little detour.
If I
So
remember
when
correctly.
the stock market
Moved
broke
to
all
Arizona
records,
in 24. Moved back
two weeks ago,
to
when it hit
Michigan
50,000
last
on the Dow,
month.
7,000 on the S&P.
Word.
I said to the American
Did you
people,
like
it's time
Arizona?
that we have to make a little
West is
detour because
different.
we have
West
a
is way
madman
more
that wants
isolated.
a nuclear weapon, and if we didn't
That's what
knock
I've
him out
noticed.
with a B-2
That's why
bomber, we would
I
have a
had to go to
nuclear weapon
Texas.
right now.
I had to go back to Texas because like I couldn't go like full California, like Washington and shit. Like it was like very self-isolating out there.
Now it would have been used. It would have been used before this,
Rat
before
chill
today.
humans.
And you may not
Like
be
a
standing
camp
there asking that
counselor
question.
that was
okay?
let go.
So I think we have a country that understands that. I see CNN did a
5 billion
poll and they
stolen
talked
from
about
Powell.
voters or MAGA voters, and my poll came out at 100%. Nobody covers that poll. They had another poll was at 92% approval. I think that the people understand it. We'll be leaving very soon, and if France or some other
Loved
country
Arizona.
wants to get oil or gas, they'll go up through the strait and Hormuz Strait. They'll go right up there.
USA
and
is love
they'll
with
be able
Team
to fend
Kamala
for
Harris
themselves. I think it'll be
2028.
very safe, actually.
Crazy.
But we have nothing to do with that. What happens in
Yeah.
the Strait? We're not
She
gonna
is
have
our number
anything
one
to
third
do with
party here
because
so far.
These countries, China will go up and they'll fuel up their.
Guys, if you're just joining the chat, make sure you double tap, hit that like button, hit the subscribe, get into the zone, because if we don't, we got 51 minutes, we got little less than 4,000 views to go into that overtime. Will we reach overtime? Double tap, share, get your likes out there.
Ships and they'll leave.
Back to Danny
They'll
Trump.
take care of themselves. There's no reason for us to do it. We hit them hard. We got rid of a lot of.
With
a
the
lot of
Rubio quote, it was
lunatics
him
all
telling
over
the
Strait.
G7
But
4
if they
weeks.
want
That was
something-
4
but-
days ago. Oh, yeah, we didn't check in on that one. That was... Yes, he did say something very close to that recently. On Friday, March 27th, Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke to G7 foreign ministers in France and provided an updated timeline for the ongoing conflict in Iran. Here are the key takeaways from his remarks. The 2 to 4 week timeline. According to multiple reports, Rubio told his G7 counterparts that the U.S. expects the military operation in Iran to last another 2 to 4 weeks, with some outlets citing 3 to 4 weeks. 2 to 4 weeks. 2 to 4 weeks. Okay? I don't care about them extending their own timeline. I care about my margarita timeline. Okay. So on the margarita timeline, guys, if this happened on the 27th, okay, which remember, today is basically like 1 month that we've actually been in this fucking thing. If this happened on the 27th, then I give you the 1 week would be Good Friday, 2 weeks would be the 10th, 3 weeks would be the 17th, 4 weeks would be what? April 24th, which is clearly before May 5th, Cinco de Mayo, and I told you, and I will say it again, if I am sipping a margarita on the beach or wherever I want to be on Cinco de Mayo, and Trump Daddy is out of Iran, I support Trump Daddy and will deep throat the boot as much as I humanly can.
I would say that within 2 weeks, maybe 3, we're hitting him very hard. Last night we knocked out tremendous amount.
What flag is beside Big Bag name? Venezuelan. He's a Venezuelan now. You too, Heidhammer, will become a Venezuelan rather soon. And you too can become a North Korean comrade. 39 North Korean comrades strong. And we got our one Venezuelan, our leader, Big Bag of Pot 420, who started the gift subscriptions, really elevated the whole subscribe on this channel, built it out for me. And I got 17 feature films on there. And tomorrow night we are dropping Voter Suppression, my hour-long, silly, ridiculous, mockumentary Borat style of me getting kicked out of a Trump rally in 2020. So get ready, y'all. Get ready. That's only in the members area, $3 a month. Get your membership now. Become a comrade. We had 40 comrades. Now we only have 39. Because Big Bag of Pot 420 has graduated to becoming a Venezuelan. Why are you Amish girl excommunicated to Mennonite? I'm a second month member as of today. So yeah, about a month. Exactly. It's been a month since the war started. So when Big Bag of Pot becomes a Cuban, that's when we got to start getting concerned about what Trump's doing. If you see that Cuban flag on Big Bag of Pot, it's time to get out of the Iran war.
Missile making facilities, as you probably read.
And if he has an American flag and we're still in Iran or even talking about Iran, Trump is toast. Trump is toast.
Read or wrote, we knocked out.
And let's hope to God that when Big Bag of Pot 420 becomes an Israeli, that we're not ever, like, we're not even privy to even remembering what Israel or Palestine or any of this conflict even is. We're just like, oh, it's just a different country.
Excuse me?
Pardon me for interrupting. We'll be...
Margaritaville, here we go. I'm pretty sure this is the audition tape for Love on the Spectrum. Yeah, it absolutely is. Season 7. I'm about to be kidnapped by Daddy Trump. Yep. I'm a second month member. Wait, you are a second month member? Well, you are. Oh yeah, Hud Hammer. I feel like yours is gonna change soon. It's probably a day or two. Yours will change. Just give me the Israeli flag. I hear the Keanu Reeves that suffered a brain hem on a set of John Wick 5. Is that true? John Wick 5 brain hem. We will see.
The U.S. will be gone or done with the war.
I think with 2 or 3 weeks.
Not 3 weeks. If it is
We'll
3
leave.
weeks.
I'm Nicolas Maduro now. Oh shit! You're in New York? That makes sense. Oh fuck! Actually, you're not Nicolas Maduro. I mean, he's not running anymore, right? Or is he? Who is the lady? You're the lady now. Okay, now I'm positive he's making an audition tape for the Love on the Spectrum. Yes, absolutely. I said season 7, bro. What do you not get? I'm talking about you, retard. Well, now I'm starting to think you're retarded because I was reading and responding to you. Rubio 2028. This guy is an idiot, a young one. He will be okay. Tucker 2028.
There's no reason for us to do this. Look, problem with the straight.
It's always been JD. Both of those have been options, guys. It's always been JD.
It's not like you're taking out an army or you're taking out a country or they can drop it. Or you can take a machine gun from the shore and shoot a few bullets on a ship. Or maybe an over-the-shoulder missile, small missiles. That's not for us. That'll be for France. That'll be for whoever's using the strait. But I think when we leave, probably that's all cleared up. Today I heard tremendous numbers of ships were sailing through. We're negotiating with them right now. They've been, again, we have had regime change. Now, regime change was not one of the things I had as a goal. I had one goal. They will have no nuclear weapon. And that goal has been attained. They will not have nuclear weapons.
We tried Tucker and he didn't do so well. Yeah, Tucker. Well, Tucker was like, I think, second or third place in our party, but the number one third partier so far has been Kamala Harris. Don't worry, we'll always remember why Japan's old flag is the year 2. Tucker, dude, like when we get to year 2, people start getting all Japanese up in here. Whoa, I'm 916 retarded. JD is done together with President Moron. Only 9/16, more like 32/16. Liar. And imagine starting a war and then leaving it for everyone else to clean up. I don't have to imagine that. That's what That's what we about to do. That's the American way, Ronnie.
But we're finishing the job, and I think within maybe 2 weeks, maybe a couple of days longer to do the job.
2 weeks
But
and a
we
couple
want
of
to knock out
days.
every single
You heard
thing
it
we have.
here?
Now, it's possible that we'll make a deal before.
He will be Republican in real MAGA. You will see Tucker 2028. He got like 18 or 19%, bro. JD beat him. JD and Gavin both beat him, and JD ended up winning, I'm pretty sure. Or that might have been night 2 of Gavin winning. It's a disaster, mate.
Because we'll hit bridges, and we've hit some. We'll hit some bridges. We've got a couple of nice bridges in mind.
Leave France and Britain out of mouth and handle your own mess you started.
But if they come to the table, that'll be good. But it doesn't matter whether they come or not. We've set them back. It'll take 15 to 20 years for them to rebuild what we've done to them. They have no Navy. They have no military. They have no Air Force. They have no telecommunications. They have no anti-aircraft systems. They have no leaders. You know, their leaders are all gone. That's why we have regime change. We have nice new leaders. Peter?
Thanks, President Trump.
Just you wait. JD can't come out of his out of this horror show.
You talked about how the ballroom
I'll see.
have a drone.
Every day, here live, doing the poll.
There have been drone swarms flying over sensitive
JD Vance is gay? Are you going to say he fucked the couch? That was AP. That was a lie.
They don't look commercial.
Mark my words, Americans are so dumb. I stayed a year over my visa. No one sat on me.
They can't be jammed. Is this another country's military?
I don't think so. We have a great
Europe
system
is a bunch of pussies.
Do you notice that over the last 4 or 5 days you haven't seen very many drone hits, right? We have
Double tap, hit that like button,
anti-drone
almost to
weapons
50. Let's get to
incredible.
50, guys. Come on.
But you want to have, like, for instance,
Hit that
the ballroom
subscribe.
has a very powerful very steel roof with other things in it. And you want to have, if you're building a building for security, just like his judge's opinion, you have to have security for the president and his staff. They have.
I think France surrendered
you need
already.
Heavy,
LOL.
strong ceilings.
I'm European,
You
we're
need
not pussies.
Seriously thick, bulletproof, ballistic
World
glass.
criminal on
And
screen.
we have that.
I just saw my sneaker dealer. He laced them with something. I was tripping the whole way home.
Other buildings don't. Fairly modern buildings don't have that. They have rooms that are weak, and they have regular glass windows.
There was this incident down at Barksdale, though, where apparently a whole swarm of drones for a couple hours was over the flight line. There's a lot of really important planes down there.
Yeah.
How concerned are you that this is something?
Well, I'm not concerned. Yeah, I know about it. They've checked that out, and they've gotten to the bottom of it. You have a lot of people now that fly these things all over the place, and we're coming down very hard on them. But we're able to take them out militarily. We're able to take them out very easily. And a new thing is lasers. The lasers are becoming very, very effective. You hit a drone and it melts in air. It's a beautiful thing to see. If it's coming at
Moron
you,
on screen.
having a laser.
Europe is 100% pussies, but France doesn't have a great track record. If you're not, then go get your oil yourself. The strike data shows the missiles.
Lasers are a very nice thing. But we have
Double tap! Hit that like button, gal. 3 likes away. Come on, get it, get
The
it.
advantage
Sorry,
from
I meant
the standpoint of
isn't.
defense is they don't go
Trump,
very fast.
little,
Relative
like
to
little girl.
F-22, that plane.
Seems
right
like
over
a
there.
bunch of
They
whiny
go very
in
slow.
chat.
They can be also shot
There
out
is
of
some
the air by
whining.
high quality aircraft,
Always
which we have more
whining.
than anybody ever had.
And there was a viral video this week I don't know if you saw it, Army helicopters hovering near Kid Rock's house in Nashville. Did you see that?
I didn't see it, no, but I'm sure they had a good time.
Well, so the Army just said the crews of these helicopters have been suspended. What do you think of that?
Well, it depends. Are they, well, they probably shouldn't have been doing it. Yes, you're not supposed to be playing games, right? But I'd take a look at it. They like Kid Rock. I like Kid Rock. Maybe.
Yo, imagine getting fired for doing something really fucking stupid, and then the president of the United States comes out and is like, I don't know, kind of feel like... just fucking imagine.
They were trying to defend him. I don't know.
Does Iran have to make a deal? Does
Time
Iran
out.
have to make
Chuck.
a deal for the U.S. to end its operation in Iran? And
No,
have you
no.
spoken? And
Iran
have you
doesn't have
spoken
to.
directly?
Iran doesn't have to make a deal. No. Yeah, I've spoken to a lot of people. It's a new regime. They are much more accessible. They are right. You know, they said we have a president.
He's such a
for you,
moron.
Mr. President, out of respect. And they said, wait a minute. You wanted me to answer the question? You're a fresh person. You know, we've had a lot of problems with you, haven't we? No, they don't. You asked me a question. No, they don't have to make a deal with me. When we feel that...
This Drake data shows that the missiles from Iran have doubled since last week. Doesn't support the claim of decreasing their firepower. Again, I don't know where you're getting that information, but it's hard to validate that at all.
They are
200 years ago.
for a long period of time put
You're
into
doing
the
a great
Stone
job.
Ages,
Born
and
Free,
they won't
Kid
be
Rock,
able
good
to come
tunes.
up with a nuclear weapon. Then we'll leave. Whether we have a deal or not, it's irrelevant. Now, it's possible.
Double tap that like button if
deal
you're in the
because
chat
they
right
wanna
now. If you're in the chat right now, we're trying to get ourselves into overtime. We're at 7,600 right now. We need about 2,500 more views in the next 35 minutes, guys, or the show is over. 205 votes. JD Vance coming away with it again. Asmongold 12%. He's doing better than John Fetterman. It looks like the more independent that you are, the less that you do in the
make a
poll.
deal. They want to make a deal more than I want to make a deal.
Kind of crazy.
But in a fairly short period of time, we'll be finished. They will not be able to do a nuclear weapon for years. And when they are ready, maybe in a long time from now, able to do a nuclear weapon, you'll have a president that will be like me and that he will go there and he'll knock the hell out of them again because they cannot have a nuclear weapon. They are very radicalized people. They're very sick leaderships. And I will say, though, that the leadership we're dealing with now, with the new regime, because we have a new regime, and the new regime is much better than the past. Yeah.
Mr. President, the Iranian government threatened a bunch of U.S. companies today in the region, including Google, Apple.
With what? What did they threaten them with? PB guns? Or?
Well, that's...
What did they threaten them with? BB guns? Fuck, man. If you're European, what do you know about the policies of any American politicians' policies? No, they just know that they hate Donald Trump. The independent is active. Sick is the clown taking G.
They don't have much left to threaten.
Fucking G.
My question for you is, are you...
I don't know.
US
I mean, what did they... You made a statement. What did they threaten them with? I don't know. Tell me, how did they threaten them?
Well, all I know is that they threatened him, sir.
What does that mean?
All I know is that they threatened them. What does that mean? Fuck, it's fucking over. This has got to be the last chapter, right, guys? Jesus Christ, what the fuck? DJT 100 millimeters on the Hamas condoms. God damn.
He said something nasty.
Is the government in touch with these companies? Are you helping to backstop them?
You don't even know what the threat was. What?
You don't even know what the threat was. Fucking hell. Oh, this fucking guy. His fucking guy won the war in the first week, took out all of their fighting incompatibilities, ordered the surrender of Iran, gave them a week, extended the deadline to April, but now they're leaving. You do the math. Again, I said sipping the margarita on Cinco de Mayo. If he's out, he's out. If he's not, he's not. Humiliated. According to news sources, the present leadership is more high-lining than the past. Well, according to my fucking asshole, it's not. How about that? Like, it doesn't... Like, do you just hear the fucking reporter? He was just like, do you want to respond to the threats of Iran threatening fucking Apple? And he's like, what did they threaten him with, BB guns? And he goes, no. And he goes, okay, well, what was the threat? I don't know, sir. I just know that they threatened him. You want to respond? You don't even know what the threat is. This is what we're dealing with. And then in the chat, people are like, citing my source, the source is this retard. The source is this fucking moron. For years, I thought the program was obliterated 6 months ago. Is Iran hiding time delusion tech? I don't know, man.
What was the threat? I haven't heard it. What was the threat? Did they say they're going to blow
I'll get back to you? Exactly. This is the problem, guys. And these are the people you're fucking reading your news from. You're like, Donald Trump is wrong. So I read the New York Times and citing my sources, the sources say. The sources are literally standing at the White House saying, Iran threatened Apple, President Trump. What do you want to say to that? Trump says, what was the threat? They go, I don't know. I'll get back to you. What the fuck, y'all?
They're not, you know what they're not gonna
Trump
do?
is a gangster. He doesn't care. I love it.
Yeah.
Is it something you're concerned about, sir?
No.
How could he be concerned about something that doesn't exist? Holy shit, you're a fucking retard. Thank God for President Trump and our ICE agents. Amen. That's a nice little prayer. Amen.
Technology companies if the U.S. continues targeted assassinations of Iranian leaders beginning on April 1st. Those companies include NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft.
Most of those people are dead already. Yeah, Peter?
I got one.
Most of those people are dead already. Propaganda, blame Barry Obama for that one.
Your son Eric posted a photo of what will be the Trump Presidential Library. It's a huge skyscraper.
In Miami?
Is that all a library? What else is going in?
No, well, it's a library. It's a museum or a library. It's a presidential, but I wouldn't start it till I'm out of office. I don't believe in...
Okay, you know what that comment was about? Because there is a bill to turn the Palm Beach airport into Donald Trump Airport, and the media came out and was like, oh, Donald Trump will be the first president to get an airport before he leaves office. Not his choice. Congress is going to do that, okay? The fucking idiots that are out there vacationing right now. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, with his presidential library announcement for Miami, is building this huge skyscraper. And he's saying, I won't start it until I'm out of office, unlike who? Obama, who started his presidential library while still in office and is still finishing up to this day. It's not done yet, guys. It's not done yet. It's supposed to open this summer in Chicago.
Building libraries or museums. It's really like the Barack Hussein Obama...
I need to shower now. Two was the DEI news sent in by Gavin Penton Newscomb out of my eyes, ears, and drums.
Chicago. In not a good location, and it's a very unattractive building that's seriously late and seriously over budget. I think you're going to see a great one here, and it'll go up on time, on budget, best location in Miami. They say it's the best block in Miami, and the state worked with us.
Will people live in the floors?
No, it's going to be most likely a hotel. You know, this concept could be office, but it's most likely going to be a hotel with a beautiful building underneath and a 747 Air Force One in the lobby, which is going to be a trip.
They also arrested Maduro.
The Supreme Court tomorrow is going to hear arguments about your executive order trying to get rid of birthright citizenship.
Obama's hands were tied about the propaganda, so it wasn't as cut and dry as you claim.
And I'm going.
Facts.
You're going to go to the Supreme Court
I think
tomorrow.
so. I do believe.
And just sit there and listen.
Because I have listened to this argument for so long, and this is not about Chinese billionaires or billionaires from other countries who all of a sudden have 75 children or 59 children in one case,
Veterans
or
hate
10
Trump.
children,
I have TDS.
becoming American citizens. This was about slaves. And if you take a look, slaves, we're talking about slaves from the Civil War, and if you take a look at when it was filed, all of this legislation, all of this, everything having to do with birthright citizenship, it was at the end of the Civil War. The reason was it had to do with the babies of slaves and the protection of the babies of slaves. It didn't have to do with the protection of multi-millionaires and billionaires wanting to have their children get an American citizenship. It is the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's been so badly handled by legal people over the years.
The library will be at the Freedom Tower here in Miami.
If you look at the original birthright citizenship papers, they all happened right after the Civil War. The reason was it had to do with the babies of slaves. And hopefully it's going to say, because our country is being scammed. We're getting all of these people, they're selling the rights to them. People are making a big living, getting hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars from bringing people in and saying, congratulations, your whole family is going to be a citizen of the United States of America. That's not what it was for. It was
Facts. Oh, I forgot, y'all. Children support is y'all so damn dumb.
It wasn't for billionaires bringing people in or
That
family
made a lot
in.
of sense.
It was for the children of slaves. And what you really have to do...
Got 25 minutes left of the live stream, and we only need 1,500 more to go into overtime, guys. Double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe, share the stream. We are going for our last 25-minute ride right here, unless we get that 1,500.
And I don't think the lawyers talk about it as much. Look at when the Civil War ended, and look at the date of when this was enacted. Okay.
This Joker is shameless.
Is this going to be the first time going to the Supreme
No,
Court?
I went once before, with the opening of the Supreme Court in the last administration.
And which justices will you be listening for most closely?
I love a few of them. I don't like some others. And you know, you say what you want, but you have the ones that were appointed by Barack Hussein Obama and Biden. I don't care how good your case is. You can have the greatest case ever. They're going to rule against you. They always do. And it's not supposed to be that way. Now, the Republicans tend to be very different. They want to show how honorable they are. So a man can appoint them and they can rule against him. It's so proud of it. We're so proud we ruled against Trump. We're so proud. We're above it. There are those that say that's wonderful, and there are those that say they're so stupid. But the Democrats never fail at one thing. When Barack Hussein Obama or when Biden appoints somebody, they go along that line. You can have the greatest case in history. And almost, I guess I have to say almost.
I mean, this is a very, unarticulate way of putting it out there, but it is true. The Obama and Biden appointees to the Supreme Court are almost universally one-sided political voters, while the Republican appointees tend to vote both sides and prove that they are just Supreme Court justices and not actual politicians.
Maybe I don't have to.
FDJT, Hexeth, the Blackwater, War for Profit. It's a slow Tuesday. I think Texas has a lot to do with that.
Say it. Almost without fail.
Make America safer,
Those
Donald
people,
Trump.
4 of them, sometimes 5 of them, but 4 of them will vote against you. You don't have a chance. You don't have a chance. And that's not what the court system is. Now, the Republican appointees tend to go, and this has been long before me. This has been for many years.
Just hit 1,000 live chats, y'all.
Some
Keep
people
it
would call
going. Keep it going.
stupidity.
Double
Some
tap.
people would call it
Hit that
Some people
subscribe.
say they're right in doing it. And I don't mind being right, but the other side almost never does it. Almost. I think you could find maybe a couple of instances. Almost never does. When a Democrat appoints a judge, and I'm talking about judges, not just justices. You go before some of these Democrat judges in Washington, D.C., and You don't have a chance. That's why I gave pardons to hundreds of people that were so badly treated, having to do with J6. Yeah?
President next.
Oh, do you have a question?
Yeah.
Let's go. I didn't see you over there.
Sorry.
You've been so nice. Here we go. Now she's gonna hit me with a bad one. Go ahead.
On the Save America Act, Mr. President, do you still think it's going to pass? Were you
I
silent?
don't know. It's the craziest thing. The Democrats are totally against it. Again, they're unified. I think maybe you would have Fetterman, who I have a lot of respect for, but the Democrats are unified against it, and you need Democrat votes. Unless you do something smart called the filibuster, terminate the filibuster, which they should do. Republicans should do that, but there are a couple of Republicans that maybe they're not so smart, because the Democrats will do it on the first day in office, maybe the first hour. It's a question, will it be the first hour or the first day? So who can believe that a person, you can't even get it to the floor, that a person wouldn't vote for, think of it, for citizenship, proof of citizenship, for voter identification. And we also added one, we added mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots with exceptions for the military, for people that are sick, people that are traveling, disabled. We have very generous exceptions. But who would believe that that would be possible not to get those things to vote for? And then we added, best of Trump, we added no men and women sports. Different subject, but we added that. And we said no transgender mutilization of our children. These are all 90, 95, maybe 98 in some cases, maybe 99 in terms of those first two. If you talk about the first two, I think a 98, 99% voter identification, right? Wouldn't you think? Don't you think it's nice with picture? Wouldn't you think it's nice when the Democrats had their convention? I remember it so well. You had to have identification to get into the arena. And they had a card that was bigger than most of their chests. And it had everything. It had their picture. And if you didn't have that card, they threw you away. In New York City recently, we had a big snowstorm. Mayor Mandami he called out for people to shovel snow. But you had to give identification with picture. If you didn't have, and it wasn't one identification, you had to have two. So to shovel snow in New York City, you need identification, double.
Prime example.
But to vote, which is maybe our most cherished thing, you don't need. They don't want voter ID, the Democrats, because they want to cheat. The problem is we need their votes. In order to get it, you need their votes. And look, they know their policy is so bad. They know that if they gave those votes,
93 in the chat, double tap, hit that like
so they're
button.
fighting like hell.
Would you sign that?
They're actually fighting for their survival because their policy, the Republicans have great policy, smart policy, strong borders, low interest rates, low taxes. We just gave you the largest tax cut in history. All these great policies, we want a strong military. Look at our military. We have the strongest military. Look what happened in Venezuela. It was so incredible. People said the greatest military.
Just hit 100 in the live chat. Make sure you guys double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe, hit the join button. When you join, you become a comrade, a North Korean in the chat, and you help support the channel live here every day, at least 3 hours. We might be going to overtime, guys, because we're at 9,300 right now. We need about 600 more views in the next 18 minutes to pull that off and go into hour 4 of the show.
They've ever seen. Look what's happening in Iran.
Is it me, or is people more stupid than ever? People also easily brainwashed to some of the shit they say about this man with no proof is crazy. Pump it up. Like, share, subscribe, thumbs up, please. The Democrats. The Democrats.
We're totally unchecked. Everything.
What's our poll at? How are we doing here? Asmongold 13%, which is just below Joe Rogie's. JD Vance going to win for an 8th day, it looks like. Unless we go into overtime, then we might get another whole hour of voting. 18 minutes left, 600 left to get to. Double tap that like button. Stay
have no
with us.
anti-aircraft protection.
Share
They have
and
no
subscribe.
nothing. They don't have anything. Look at our military. The Democrats don't want that. And when I read the fake New York Times, you take a look at it, it's like, oh, they're putting up a good fight. They're not putting up a fight. They're not even shooting at us, okay? We have planes. Planes are just ruling the sky. We have airplanes. Those two. Those two. We have airplanes. Nice, right? Lincoln with a little modern touch. The great Benjamin Franklin with a little modern touch. But think of it. They are roaming the skies over Tehran. They're not even being shot at because their equipment's been totally decimated. They have nothing to shoot. They have no Navy, they have no anything. And just think about this. They have no Navy. They have no military. They have no nothing. They're losing. They admit they're losing. They're begging to make a deal. And if you read the fake New York Times, a corrupt newspaper, where I'm suing them and I think I should do very well, but you would almost think, who's winning? It's so fraudulent.
Right, but if you could come out and be honest and say 175 casualties did happen on day one, then we would be able to say the New York Times is wrong. Like you're allowing, you're losing people
with the New York Times. If you read the New York Times prior to my election victory, including the first one and the second one too, I won 3 times. I won 3 times.
He wants a headline that says that you won 3 times.
Convincingly.
Yawn.
But let's go to the third victory. If you read the New York Times, you would say, "Oh, Trump's going to lose." But I won in a landslide. I won the popular vote.
That's why he had a little attitude with the federal judge. I told him to stop building the ballroom. He had a little attitude and point by George Bush, a Republican. If we got A10s there, the sky is clear.
The Electoral College in a massive number, right? Massive. I won the counties. 86% of the counties I won. All of these different things. Winning the popular vote for Republicans, pretty amazing. But if you read the New York Times for months and months and months, you were hearing, oh, Trump is doing so badly. We have to straighten out our media. The reason their circulation is way down, the New York Times circulation, has gone way down. Washington Post is almost extinct. The papers that are being dishonest, the papers generally, people.
Too bad there aren't more Clinton files to watch.
Don't believe the media. And to finish, I got 93% bad publicity. Some people say 97, but between 93 and 97. A person that gets 97% of bad stories, maybe Caroline's doing a poor job, I don't know. She's my representative. You're doing a terrible job. Should we keep her? I think we'll keep her. But I get 93 to 97% bad press, fake press, all fake.
It's not that federal told me go Congress reason I'm mad at him. He don't want to walk with Congress. He just do things just to do it and don't go to Congress. We know he's the president. If there were, would you really want it?
I won in a landslide.
If there were, would you really want it?
When you get 93 to 97 bad stories, bad press.
Alex, I'm glad you're not blindly going with everything Trump is saying.
People don't believe the press.
Well, another one that he just said there too that kind of like puts the hole in the wall on him is the popular vote thing, which is like, you can get away with it because on election night you did win. You got the press to declare that you were the victor. You dealt with the Joe Biden Associated Press fucking nonsense in 2020 where they fucked you over. So now you get to fuck them over, right? Because now you get to come out here and you get to say a Republican won the popular vote. And every Republican will sit here and argue to the ends of the earth, oh, yeah, Donald Trump got the popular vote. He did not. He did not get the popular vote. Let me make sure on that one. But again, what usually happens here is California doesn't count their fucking votes until like a month and a half later. And then and then everybody's like, well, that's fucking bullshit. That's fake. That's da-da-da. But the reality of it is, did Trump win final popular vote for 2024? I believe he did not. But again, going around spouting that, making it so that people like me that normally would defend him on election integrity, normally would defend him saying, yeah, you got fucked. You pretty much did win 3 times, buddy. Normally would defend, yeah, the AP is pretty fucked up there. You walk around and then you go, and because you now said okay and you didn't say anything to any of those things and you defended me on those things, I now get to lie to you. And you got to nod your head and say, yeah, I'm on board with that part too. I'm on board with the pro delusion that we won the popular vote. Oh, he did. He actually did, though. Oh, he just didn't get 50%. That was their whole thing. But he got 2.3 million vote more than her. Wow. Along with winning their electoral college, this marked the first time since Republican candidates did this since George W. Bush in 2004. Seems like people wanted Daddy Trump to finish the job the same way they wanted Mr. Bush to finish the job.
And when people don't believe the...
Elon Musk have a AI vote. I just said good yet. A fact-checking MAGA. Fascinating.
Press, that's a very bad thing for
Welcome.
our country. And when you look at, let's say, the New York Times...
Oh, the vote because I wanted to change America and he helped the Persians. I love Donald Trump. I think he's great.
So the Washington Post.
It's at least entertaining.
The stories are so fake. Wall Street Journal, too. A lot of bad stories. I don't know what happened to them, but they're bad. Their circulation...
Dems are on the non-fact factors.
I don't know if you saw the numbers.
Non-fact checkers facts.
New York Times, way down. Wall Street Journal, way down. Washington Post, #1, way down.
Ronnie Alex is anti-BS, and he definitely believes that facts don't care about your feelings, and facts are more important than opinions. Absolutely, because you got to stay on it. Like the one with the war, that's the big one, which is like you have to live in this delusion, as Asmongold said at the top of our live stream. You have to live in this delusion that either you have to support the Ayatollah, or you have to say, no, everybody's fucking crazy and we should kill the Ayatollah, and then also live under the delusion that Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump didn't kill 175 children. Well, they didn't. They killed 167 children, 175 casualties on the same exact block as the place where they killed the Ayatollah. Can you just not lie to me, Daddy Trump? Can you just... I Anakin Skywalker'd him. That's what I did. Look, guys, let's pull it off one more time. Anakin Skywalker, Young Jedi.
Master Skywalker, there are too many of them. What are we going to do?
Your Iranian lineage of IRGC will not! Ah! There's a video game version. Like murdering the little children in a video game. That's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy.
Yeah. Because people don't believe...
Trump is my daddy. Calling a politician daddy is super normal and not culty at all. Winners, all of you. Yep, facts, right? I don't know. Well, he is our daddy. At least we know who our daddy is. What? You fucking orphan? Oh, they did.
Them anymore. And
we did. Just fucking...
It's that they have...
You can try to justify facts, but ignoring facts and trying to say, oh, well, we lean this way and now you have to support it, even though Captain Obvious would tell you that's fucking not real. It's just like, just so that you guys, because we've been doing a lot of fact checking tonight. Let's double check on this. What are the facts on both sides of the argument of the 175 casualties on day one of the Iran war? It'll give me a direct breakdown, hopefully, of exactly that. What do we got here? That was the Marco Rubio's, right? Okay, back to Daddy Trump.
No credibility anymore, which is a very sad thing for our country. Thank you very much, everybody.
That was Daddy Trump on that one. What do we got left here? We got 8 minutes left. We just hit 10,000, so we will be going into overtime, y'all. Overtime on this Tuesday. The poll is still up 48% to 40% with Asmongold at 12%. Can't believe you guys. Come on, need more Asmongold votes there. let's double check on this whole fact checking the 175 casualties so I can like really run with my perspective on this. But my perspective is we did do it and we just keep fucking fibbing about it. Here's the breakdown of the facts and the differing perspectives surrounding the 175 casualties reported on the first day of the 2026 Iran war. Overview of the incident. February 28th, 2026, the first day of the Iran war. Location, the Shabia school in Hibna, Iran. At least 175 people killed, primarily children and teachers. The 167 number comes from the New York Times. So believe it or not, you do what you want to do on that one. Here we go. U.S. and Israel's arguments. The U.S. President Trump initially stated that Iranian forces were to blame for the strike that hit the school. Ongoing investigation. The White House has maintained that the official investigation into the incident is still active. The administration has stated it was unaware of preliminary findings attributing the strike to the U.S. Incidental damage stance. When addressing civilian casualties and damage to civilian infrastructure throughout the wider conflict, the U.S. and Israel have argued that such devastation is incidental and the result of strikes aimed at nearby military strategies and targets. Right, which is what they should have done for this, because again, what is your argument? Your argument is they did it to themselves, but we struck down the other 8 buildings on the same complex? And then it's under investigation for over a month now. Mr. Doge himself, Mr. Productivity himself, Mr. The building goes up on time himself. Under investigation still after a month. Okay, all right, okay. Now, where's the other perspective? Iranian state media and government authorities immediately held the United States and Israel responsible for the school bombing. Media outlets, including the New York Times, cited primarily findings from the U.S. military investigation, citing that American forces were responsible. According to those reports, the probe indicated that a U.S. Tomahawk missile struck the school due to outdated targeting information. Yeah, exactly. That makes a lot more sense, right? International law. Human rights organizations and international observers have emphasized that the striking civilian sites in violation. Okay, so here's my thing. Give me the percentage odds based on common sense in this situation for if we did or didn't bomb the school. Percentage out of 100 like Kelchi or whatever. We'll get back on that one. Let's see what we got here in Ovi's time. No, we're not in overtime yet. 11,000 though, man. We pumping it up on these Ovi's time, right? Collaborators, you spend enough lies, hate, and garbage over and over, people start to believe it. The government really said, we'll investigate ourselves, and we found nothing. No, they didn't say they found nothing. They just kept it under investigation. The building goes up on time. Investigation for over a month now. War is hell. Get a helmet. Exactly. That's what he should have said. Iran will always tell you the truth about the numbers. Well, I don't believe that either. See, that's the problem. The girls' school was the Iranian naval base. It's fake. Okay, here we go. Let's see what we got here. If we're talking about common sense odds based on hard evidence publicly available right now, we're looking at something in the 95% range that it was a USA strike. This is what Asmongold was talking about. Why is this a 50-50 issue? When the AI is like, guys, like use AI for good to break down common sense politics here, guys. The facts are the facts, and the facts don't lie. The AI don't lie on the facts when you lay out the facts. 95, if it was even 70%, I would be a little bit more. I mean, we're going to read the detail to make sure that the AI understood the pickup of the question. But as long as the answer is pretty fucking simply straightforward, I'm pretty sure we fucking knocked out that school. And again, like, it's hard to stay on his side when I would stay on his side, even if he knocked out the school, when the motherfucker is sitting over here with Pete Hegseth and they're both on a plane going, investigation. Why am I out here defending you? I don't want to defend you now. Because you're trying to make me look stupid. You're trying to tell me that if I like Daddy Trump blowing up Ayatollahs, that I gotta be a 5% retard that thinks we didn't bomb a school. No. No retards in the chat. We are the 95. Okay? Embrace the Anakin Skywalker theory. We needed to take out the lineage. Let's see the detail to confirm, but here we go. Leaving it at a 5% chance of an alternative explanation. Just like Kelchi, okay, wait. No, that's not that. That's the, okay, wait, let's go. Remnants of the Tomahawk missile were recovered from the rubble. Tomahawks are exclusively U.S. and allied weapons. They are not in Iran's arsenal, which is funny because when we blow our own plane out of the sky, we were very, very quick to say that Kuwait was the only people that had that kind of technology. But when we blow up a school right next to the Ayatollah, different thing, right? The intelligence gap. Primarily findings from the U.S. military investigation reportedly concluded that an American missile hit the site due to outdated targeting intelligence. So we literally claimed it, and then we were like, actually, take backsies. Like, the school reportedly functioned as a military facility over a decade ago and sits just 100 meters from an active Islam Revolution Guard Corps compound. Again, we had to take out the lineage. I'm sorry. Yes, there were children in the building. Goodbye to the children of the Ayatollah. Open source monitors like Bellingcat and human rights organizations have verified the strike data and satellite imagery. The visuals point to a highly precise triple tap strike bypassing adjacent non-military buildings rather than the random explosion. The Pentagon's actions. The U.S. military has officially opened a formal AR-15-6 investigation into the strike. Military typically does not launch these specific high-level inquiries unless there is a credible internal suspicion or evidence of U.S. involvement in civilian casualties. So more than likely what's going on here is they're delaying the process so that we win the war, because if you do that during the middle of the war, people like me and Bubba Big Bag of Pop 420, the independents, it's a lot harder for us to sit out there and say, yes, murder all the children. So if you have children that you murdered on day one, it's a lot harder to be on your side. So wait until the investigation, and the investigation won't be complete until the war is complete. Yeah, exactly. Bunch of fucking nonsense. You want to hear a bunch of nonsense from a bunch of dildos saying nothing? Let's start with this. I'm sure I could trick myself into thinking my poop doesn't sink. It's just psychology. I just need to inhale and repeat. My poop doesn't sink every time I poop until I'm a narcissistic ass. Exactly. Do you relate in a programmed? Do you relate in a programmed AI? If that kind of Mitchell fails there, it won't be any building to people to count. Damn, dedicated having school on a Saturday. I'm not saying the kids probably lived in the school. They were probably military officials' children. Like, this is very simple to, draw simple conclusions. What would the percentage chance be that I could draw the conclusion that this school was tied to living at a military base similar to children who live on military bases in other countries for the U.S.? It's a fucking military base, guys. Okay, I'm going to draw the common sense denominator here. Here's Captain Obvious and Shitbag McGee fucking going to come out here, and they're going to both go, I can't tell you anything. I know in 1991 we could tell you things, but I can't tell you anything. It would be crazy for me to tell you anything.
military
You ready?
operations against Iran in light of that country's diminishing military defense.
I report by the Financial Times. A financial advisor at Morgan Stanley acted on behalf of Hegseth, attempted to invest millions of dollars into BlackRock defense industry active ETF. It's very hard to distinguish reporting when it comes to politics, so I try to dismiss it unless it's a trans Kristi Noem's husband. That was wild. I would put the odds of this exact conclusion being a 1-to-1 comparison at a 5 to 10%, but with a very important caveat regarding who was actually in the building. Here is why drawing a direct parallel to a U.S. military base school is technically incorrect, even though your underlying instinct about the students is likely spot on. The perimeter distinction, why it's not a direct match. U.S. military dependents living overseas, such as in Germany, South Korea, or Japan, generally attend Department of Defense schools located inside the heavily guarded, restricted perimeter of the military installation. That's what I'm assuming this was, right? The school in Iran was located roughly 100 meters outside the active IRGC compound. Ugh. It was legally, constructually, and practically functioning as a civilian education building in a public space rather than a restricted military zone. Fuck. If your conclusion is simply that the children killed were mostly the sons and daughters of Iranian military personnel, the odds of being correct are incredibly high, about 85 to 95%. Thank you very much, Anakin Skywalker. Wait, I should just ask it. Should I just ask the AI if this was Anakin Skywalker? Give me a percentage of how close this is if we did do it to Donald Trump being Darth Vader in episode 3. Watch, it's going to be like, actually, Donald Trump is Darth Vader from episode 3. And I'm going to be like, fucking, yeah, I know you're a sycophant, but I am getting facts from you right now. That's what I want, right? Come on, clarify it, baby. Hegsethi.
Well, over the weekend, I had the opportunity to visit our troops fighting in Operation.
Iranian school week is Saturday to Thursday, and Friday is their only day off.
An epic fury.
Okay, well, let's see. Let's see here. Oh, 1 to 5%. Really? Let's see why it says that it's not Darth Vader. Because, I'm sorry, guys. I still believe it's Darth Vader. I completely understand why your mind goes straight to the comparison. Revenge of the Sith is infamous for the incredibly dark scene where Anakin Skywalker crosses the point of no return by massacring the younglings of the Jedi Temple. When you hear the horrific reality of 175 casualties, mostly kids and teachers, the heavy, gut-wrenching feeling of the outcome is very much the same. But when you break down the facts of how and why it actually happened, the comparison falls apart almost entirely. Here's why they are fundamentally different. Well, one is fiction and one is reality. But okay. This is the biggest differentiator. Darth Vader's actions were 100% deliberate and malicious. He knew exactly who was... Okay, yeah, well, no shit, okay? They didn't know who was in the room. Proximation and disconnect. Vader committed this act face-to-face with a lightsaber. Okay, well, I mean, he did watch it happen. In the movie, Vader and Palpatine owned the slaughter as necessary purge for sentiment. But Donald Trump didn't own it. Okay, guys. Come on. Come on now. We know. Let's be real. We know.
Master Skywalker, there are too many.
I ain't gonna let an AI tell me. All right.
We were on the ground, in CENTCOM on Saturday for about half the day. For reasons of operational security, so those troops are not targeted, the places and bases will not be named. Suffice it to say, the trip was an honor. I had a chance to bear witness, and I witnessed the best of America. I witnessed warriors, a brotherhood of men and women, warriors all, active duty, guard, and reserve, united in their love for each other, their shared purpose, and their commitment to the mission. I witnessed
gay. I don't really care. I don't care what you witness, what ChatGPT poetry you fucking came out here to tell us today. You're not going to tell us shit. We already know that. You ain't going to say shit. You're going to do nothing. You ain't going to tell us shit. Did they attend Chicago yet? They were supposed to attend Chicago at 7 p.m. tonight, but apparently they didn't. Oh, I wanted to watch the Artemis thing. That's what I wanted to fucking see. Where's Artemis T1? Artemis T1, baby! We gotta get this in at least.
You can continue to watch.
This is what I'll do because we are below 50 right now already, right? And are we in overtime? We are in overtime, 3:08. We're in overtime. We are below 50 right now. I don't know if we're going to get all the way to the next full hour before we even check in to see if we get 100 yet, go into hour 5. I'm exhausted, to be honest, y'all. We're going to watch the opening presser of T-1 for Artemis. We're going to cover any cable news that we had for the day over the last 24 hours. And then after that, if we are above 50, we will watch Pete Hegseth do his ChatGPT poetry until the cows come home. Okay, guys?
Watch this online at cspan.org. We're going to take you live now to the...
Tucker Carlson just dropped a new YouTube on 3 hours ago titled Netanyahu's Wife Wears the Pants. Jesus fucking Christ, guy.
Kennedy Space Center for a NASA press conference.
Got going wild now, ain't he?
Launch. This is live coverage.
Joining us today to speak about the launch countdown is Jeff Spalding, Senior NASA Test Director.
Good afternoon.
And Mark Berger, our 45th Launch Weather Officer with the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
Thank you.
They're going to provide some brief opening remarks, and afterwards we're going to take some questions from media here in the room as well as online. For those joining us over the phone, you can press *1 to ask your question.
Sorry to saying a lot and saying very little at the same time.
We'll kick it off with you, Jeff.
Thank you. All right, and good afternoon,
Are any of the
everyone,
astronauts cross-dressers? No, but we do have the first woman in deep space, the first black man in deep space, and what is hilarious is cited in the same sentence is the first Canadian in deep space, as though those are the same things. We have a black, a woman, a black, and a Canadian for the first time in deep space, guys.
Thanks for joining us today.
Everyone knows we've done this already. Hours. Back in December of 1968, we went around the moon.
From our opening.
And we're about to do it again because we're going to drop a fucking nuke on the moon
launch
now.
Window tomorrow, and I am very excited myself. And just coming from the firing room, just a little.
What do you hope to achieve? We did this already in December of 1968. No, they're trying to get a lunar module on the moon, bro.
A bit ago, on my way.
That's what this is all about. It's about building the space station, bro. We're going back to build the space station now, bro.
Over here, talk to a bunch of members of the team, and I'll say, normally when we're in the firing room working over there, folks got their heads down and they're working and they doing all the business that we do of the space business. But I'll say there was a lot of smiles today, so felt really good about that. As the team is preparing, I think everybody's pretty excited and understands the significance of this
feels
launch.
Good as long as we get it off.
Talked to the flight crew last night. We had a briefing with them. We had another one just a little bit before I went down to the firing room. We had another briefing with them. Last night was just to kind of go over the day of launch routine with them and kind of a refresher for ourselves and for them, and that went really well. They were in great spirits. And then we had another briefing today just to talk about how the launch countdown was going.
What would be the point of dropping a nuclear bomb on the moon if you not? Really it may not explode.
Charlie spoke to you yesterday.
No, it's a space station, exactly, Michael. It's literally just that they're putting a nuke on the moon so that we can have a nuclear reactor on the moon. We can use it for energy in America to do chatbot stuff. So like we can have like, you know, Donald Trump with 3 tits or something. We gotta put a nuke on the moon to do that.
We've got quite a bit of work done. We started out yesterday. The first thing we do usually is fill up the.
Also, there's a lot of cameras in the world these days, so I actually want them to like legitimately try to do this time, because like either they're gonna show us the shit live, or are we all gonna be like, this fake as fuck.
Found suppression systems with water, and when we start working on getting the liquid,
I feel like all of us in a little way we all kind of like
for our propellant loading.
They really gonna do it
in the future? We did power up all of the vehicles.
As the Artemis 2 countdown moves steadily towards liftoff no earlier than 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time Wednesday. Exactly. Tomorrow at 5 o'clock, we'll be live at 5 o'clock starting tomorrow for the launch. Launch teams at NASA Kennedy Space Center in Florida complete a sequence of highly choreographed steps to ready the SLS, a Space Launch System rocket, an Orion spacecraft for the crew's journey around the moon. NASA.gov. First step to Mars. Pardon Donald Trump and send him to golfing.
We powered up the Orion core stage as well as the ICPS yesterday. We did communication checks, RF checkouts on the systems, and then after that we got through all of that work. Then we went ahead and powered down the ICPS because there was no more work for them until later tonight when we power ICPS back up. But of course, core stage and Orion stay powered up through the remainder account. Today we got launch pad ground system configurations in work. We're doing closeouts in a number of areas. We're doing walkdowns as we work through the pad to make sure everything is configured for launch. We're also in work on the late stow right now. We should be getting the avatar and the bags that we're doing in the late stow going up. They were prepping them in the PTCR down in below the pad terminal changeout room, which is the area beneath the pad where we have some rooms, and getting those ready to go up, and they should be being installed as we speak. And then let's see, tonight we're going to be doing a whole lot of other work as we get ready to clear the pad. We do have some work associated with the Orion ground equipment and systems that we use to do the leak checks on the crew suits. And so we'll be working those later tonight to configure those and check them out and make sure they're ready for when we hook up to the crew on launch day. We'll be powering some of the Orion guidance systems later tonight as well. We do intend to clear personnel from the pad at about 3 in the morning at that point. And then we'll get ready for our air-to-GN2 changeover at about 4 in the morning. We do that. We purge the vehicle with air routinely for the whole flow.
Lots of good jobs,
once we get
mining
to this
jobs
point
on
where
Mars.
we're getting ready to add hazardous propellants like hydrogen, for example, we change over to GN2 to have an inert environment for safety purposes on the vehicle and all of the volumes that are on there. Let's see, later, once we get through the air-to-GN2 changeover and all the other work is done, our launch director will have a final weather brief.
Send Donald and Eli
once we get out of that, she'll signal the team that we are ready to start our propellant loading, and that's scheduled to occur at about 7:34 tomorrow morning. That loading takes a little over 5.5 hours. We'll work through that. As mentioned yesterday by the launch director, we have inserted some time in front of that propellant loading time frame, so that if we are in fact done with all of the work and are ready to go and we can start a little bit early, like a few minutes, we will try to take that and take every bit of time that we can to get ready and prepared for the crew and be prepared for anything else that might happen. So we did that purposefully to give ourselves a little bit of room in that time frame based on the launch director's guidance.
Counselor syndrome, because closer to the reality unless they build this system to start cleaning space junk.
Let's see. During the propellant loading, the flight crew will wake up at about 9:45
There's a lot of
tomorrow morning.
satellites out there.
They'll have breakfast and start working towards their preparations for launch day, getting their suits on and doing all the other work that they have to get ready to head out to the pad. And then once we get to all stages replenish, which is a little after almost 1:15 in the afternoon tomorrow, we'll send a closeout crew to the pad. All stages replenish is when we're done tanking, essentially.
Maybe
we filled
in 2
all the propellant
generations we get there?
onto the core stage and the upper stage ICPS. And at that point, we're only just replenishing the propellant that's boiling off at the same rate, so we keep it full. We do lose quite a bit of propellant during that time frame, and so we'll continue to just work that throughout. After that, we'll send a flight crew to the pad. They're going to head out a little before 2 o'clock. And to get into the spacecraft, as I mentioned, the closeout crew is going to go out before them, so they'll have been working that time to prepare the capsule for the flight crew arrival. And then the flight crew will get out there, and then I'll work in the insertion portion, in which we're going to strap the flight crew members into the seats of Orion. And after that, we'll do the final closeouts in the crew module. We'll close the hatches. There's some pressurization checks we do and some other things at the end. And then we'll clear the white room and then get ready to get into terminal count. Our closeout crew clears the white room at about 5:30 tomorrow night. It's almost an hour before launch. That's our plan time. After that point, we'll finish the rest of the work and configurations that we can do remotely. And then, excuse me, we'll proceed into the launch team poll. And then after that, the launch director will perform her management poll. And then we'll get in a terminal count for the last 10 minutes of launch countdown. So that's essentially the work ahead of us. And I would say that our team has been working amazingly hard through these weeks and months trying to get this vehicle ready to where it is. We've had some challenges. The team has done an outstanding job managing each and every one of those throughout all of this, through many different scenarios, through weather, through lots of different things that we've had to work through to try to get through all of this and get to where we are today. People are excited and ready to go on this this first chapter on our way back to the moon since the 1970s. So we're very excited. So, Mark, over to you.
Right. Thank you, Jeff. Good afternoon, everybody. So amazing times. It's great to be here at this point. And of course, weather has been a nuanced thing for us at times here in the generation phase of this mission. But again, look outside right now, great weather. Hopefully we will keep all of that, although the breezes continue to be an issue for us, but a minor one for us in terms of weather. If we could pull up the satellite imagery here, you can see currently what we're looking at. Another beautiful day here in Florida. See a few cumulus clouds moving from the east side of the state towards the west. That is our onshore flow that we've had really the most for the last 2 weeks or so. And a few of those cumulus clouds could evolve later today into a few showers, much like what we saw yesterday evening. And again, that's going to be one of the watch items for weather as we go into tomorrow and tomorrow afternoon as well. Let's take a look at some of the overview slides here just to kind of give you a synopsis of what we're looking at here. So the breezy weather does continue. Again, Artemis is a very resilient vehicle, so despite the breezes, it looks like that concern is a minimal concern for our day of launch. Lightning risk with any sort of showers that we have is quite low, generally only on the order of 5 to 10%, and that would be generally during the late afternoon, and any of that activity pushes towards Orlando after that. So again, it leaves us in a better spot here for our launch opportunity. We take a little bit look at what else could potentially be of an impact. You may have heard about the sun has become a little bit more active. Here over the last day, we've had a solar flare erupt, but again, no or minimal impact for us out of that, as most of the energy is not earthward facing. So again, we continue to look good in that department as well. We look towards backup opportunities. So for whatever reason, if we can't utilize tomorrow, the weather, of course, is a changeable entity, and we do have a tendency to move towards somewhat less favorable through the rest of the week. It isn't a huge drop-off, but again, kind of a little bit more of a situation where we'll have to monitor those feisty cumulus clouds and potentially a few showers and breezes as well. So we go to the next slide, please. And again, I just wanted to bring this up real quickly with the sun. So this was an image here from this morning. Again, the area that's circled on the solar disk, that is the area that we were watching that produced the solar flare yesterday. Again, it's directed most of its energy away from the Earth, and in fact there's been no response in terms of the particular particles that we look at that could influence the launch vehicle. And so by this point, or within the next couple of hours, if we don't get a response at all from our satellite data, then that threat will have waned as well. We'll still have to watch that sunspot group, however, because it is rotating off towards the center of the solar disk. So again, this flare not a concern, but should there be additional ones, that will be something that we'll have to monitor a bit. But again, at the current time,
we talk about rockets, y'all. We're going into space. Calm the fuck down with your fucking Jew Nazi
slide,
shit.
Please. All right, and taking a look at our cross section. So we meteorologists like to look at the atmosphere not only on maps, but we also like to look at what's happening through the depth of the atmosphere and with time. So here at Kennedy Space Center on this graph, you can see the metrics there, altitude there, going up into the atmosphere, basically to the level of what a jet aircraft would fly. And then in time, we go from left to right from today through the weekend, including our launch opportunities. So the green on this map, which pops out here, is just a moisture profile. It doesn't necessarily mean rain. It just means that there's a little bit more of a predisposition for more clouds and rain. You also see the winds on there. Those are the black lines that are there with the little barbs on the end of them. So that gives us an indication of wind speed. So right now we're out of the east-southeast. We'll generally remain in that direction. We might back a little bit more to easterly winds as we go, but generally speeds in the 15 to 20 knot range, which again does not violate any of our liftoff weather constraints there. You do see superimposed on there the various launch opportunities, including tomorrow as the primary window, and then the next 3 days. So you do see a day-to-day fluctuation with that moisture content. On any given day, we'll likely get a few showers to develop off of that. But again, with the onshore flow, most of those showers with the sea breeze each day, which tend to be the more vigorous showers, will move off towards Orlando. You do see towards the end of this chart, so going into the weekend and beyond, a much more massive amount of moisture, the green there. And did want to point that out because this is just but one model at one time. And there has been a fair amount of inconsistency to how that moisture evolves. So it's just pretty strong hints that we will see an increasingly unfavorable environment as we get beyond this weekend and maybe late into the weekend. But again, I wanted to point that out because some of the charts I'm going to show utilizing another model gives you an idea of the battle that us meteorologists follow every day with trying to assess the uncertainty component of the atmosphere. So next slide, please. All right, so this is for tomorrow. Again, the green blotches here would indicate rain. You can see still an onshore flow. You do see a little bit of green to the west of us. Again, that would be sea breeze-driven activity that has moved off towards the west during the late day hours. But still, if you squint hard enough, you can see a few green blotches lurking in the Atlantic waters. Again, much like yesterday evening, if you were out and about, a few showers rolled in. That is certainly a possibility for us, again, for tomorrow evening. Next slide, please. We are now in range, though, of some of our more high-resolution model guidance. So this indicates two different models that we look at here for the opening of our launch window for tomorrow evening. You can see some of them showing a few blotches of showers offshore, particularly the model that's on the left there. The right is mostly clear for us and has more of the showers, again, to the west of us. And again, in this pattern with an onshore flow, any showers that we have will move from east to west there. So again, looks pretty good. Even
sometimes trolling's all that people know, and then they figure out that they can actually just be normal human beings. May the force be with you. Is that a reference to my Anakin Skywalker-ness?
If we have showers around, we have a
Daddy Trump
window,
pulling the
we
Anakin.
should be able to shoot the gap between those showers, and none of these look particularly vigorous. Again, as I mentioned, the risk for lightning, which would expand our standoff distances as far as us launching a vehicle, looks pretty minimal for that threat for tomorrow. Next slide, please. So putting the graphics into numbers here, still maintaining a 20% chance of a no-go condition during the launch window.
Weather guy putting me asleep.
Optimistic side of
it's the most exciting weather you're ever going to hear, though.
80% chance of go here. Again,
80% chance go.
Wandering around, but again, a lot of real estate between those showers in all likelihood. So again, we should be able to find some clear air to
Can't
launch
take any
Artemis
more peace
too.
out.
Again, there's
Peace,
winds
Michael.
out of the east-southeast, 15 to 20
We are going to
knots,
check out the
mild
news here in a
temperatures
second.
there.
You're just
And
finishing
again,
up the weather,
order
man.
of concerns from the weather standpoint here, cumulus
Whatever
cloud,
happened to
and then
tie
winds
sticks?
would be a secondary threat, and then a much more distant threat would be solar weather. Again, the current flare, not a concern. It would be if there were any additional ones that form on the sun, potentially we would have to watch those. So let's go into the next day for our Thursday. Again, pretty similar pattern, still onshore flow. It does look a little windier.
Bro,
not
is
rain,
bro going
probably
to ever
any
stop?
one of these attempts.
Those collision avoidance cutouts.
All right, fucking A, man. Guy took forever. Just fucking talking about nothing. All right. Let's get to the rest of the news.
The government is banning this $29 fuel-saving device.
It's
next
not
month,
you, Alex.
This is your
No, I appreciate
version
it.
that actually lets you drive anywhere for free.
I don't even know how to
Roger Reeves got busted in the tie stick slaps.
explain the story, but I'm going to tell you what happened. The Conservative Political Action Conference, known as CPAC, wrapped up this weekend, and conservative activist Isabel Brown had a message for her fellow Gen Z women, who reportedly are the least likely group in America to get married and have kids. But I want you to see this. Clip.
If you're not encouraging your children to grow up and have the courage to get married and have kids, more kids than they can afford before they think they're ready, it is high time to start. It is these choices, like deleting our dating apps and quitting birth control pills and saying I do at the altar, that ultimately trickle down.
At this point, y'all, you can do whatever you want with trolls, because I'm fucking just tired of this bullshit too. Especially when they're not like giving real good substance.
Years ago, they used to come after women of color and accuse women of color of doing this very thing. Wow. And that's why they continue to cut all these programs and erase
What
all
in the
these
fuck
things.
is Whoopi on?
Because childcare
Nick was making my blood pressure go up.
And now, had I known...
But here's the thing. It's Michael Olsen, Big Bag of Pop 420, and Devious. All three of you are mods. And you all are being like so nice to this fella. I don't know why. Because it was like... He was throwing out Hitler fucking slogans and everything. Like, the guy was more than toast. More BS.
That it turns out we are all just one group of women. We're just one group.
We're just one group of women.
What? So my ultimate beef with this is that it wraps a woman's worth up in her ovaries in a way that for too long has happened. The whole women's movement was not about bucking the trend of staying at home or loving tradition. It was giving women a choice to do what they wanted. And that's what this is too. Marriage, children, it's a choice. And by the way,
but be responsible for God's
No, but be
sakes.
responsible. But the other thing is they act like people are sitting around just saying, yeah, no, I'm good. Most women I know, and some don't, but most women wanted to have children. They don't have them for other reasons. Most women I know, if they had a great candidate or a partner, might want to be married. Maybe they don't. The fact that we keep putting this on women, that they're only worth in society,
10 a.m. might roll down to Leon at chat with the Twins. Planning 3 pieces on the 22nd.
Politics,
so where's
policies,
Alex Wagner?
If they
You know, the smart Alex Wagner?
Baby.
If you're referring to the MS Now retard, I mean, she couldn't even hold up Rachel Maddow's hour.
Or have a husband is the stupidest, most old-fashioned thing. We have come too far. The world has over 8 billion people. We no longer need to force people to procreate and pump out babies. We have arrived here. Women now and girls now have a choice.
But also,
Let them do that.
Where is the call to responsibility for the men who help make these children? Right? I don't know why it's always people lecturing women what they have to do or not to do. Bottom line, if you're not paying my bills, you don't get to tell me what I do with my uterus.
Well, also, I do feel like she doesn't even realize how goofy her point was, because she said...
Wait a minute. Why is Whitney Cummings a comedian on The View? And why is she also insulted by this? This is fucking insane, guys.
We need to teach our kids to have the courage to get married. If your marriage requires courage...
Yeah, the courage to get married, because there's 5 people, including you, Whitney Cummings, that are telling them that if you go to your concert, you better be a liberated, independent woman. You better be not having a man. You better be showing them. But where do all 5 of you go? Back to your husbands, back to your children, or back to an extremely sad life by yourself?
courage.
So what are you advocating for? I don't even understand this. If they are married, God help the husbands.
Questions about your husband. We need to tell this woman about LegalZoom and how easy it is to get out of it.
Do remember, these are the same people that support Donald Trump.
But I mean, look,
that does take courage.
Also, I gave our girl Isabel a little Google. She has a baby. She has a 1-year-old. Of course, she thinks everyone should have a lot of kids. She has a 1-year-old that sleeps all day. I also was like, I'm going to have a bunch more kids. Wait till your kid is up and walking and you spend most of your day trying to get its shoes on.
Yeah.
You're probably going to rethink how many kids you have. That is my son. Yes, that is my new baby. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. So I just would say to Isabel.
Wait, so 5 moms sitting around a table screaming about how some other lady said that other people should be moms?
Isabel,
Clearly,
let's check.
pants were optional.
That's right.
What women are making less and less sense these days. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to draw these general conclusions, but
We don't do pants. We do Winnie the Pooh at my house. I would just say, Isabel,
Take
maybe
half my
let's check
shit and
with
leave,
your boobs in a year
hello?
and see if you still want a lot more kids.
Well, that part, and
Whitney
I think
Cummings
it's
to the
just,
toilet, pretty much.
Really reckless to be suggesting that people should have children when you now know in this country there's this affordability.
It's a reckless thing to say that people should have children. All 5 of you have children. You fucking privileged pieces of shit.
Crisis, and for a 2-person household, a married household, you need over $400,000 for childcare. Over $400,000.
Wow. Well, I guess that is really cheap childcare then for those 40 children that are getting free childcare for $2 million a year from Mr. Mondani. I thought that was expensive, but apparently, according to her, you can't have a child unless you're willing to pay $400,000 a year for childcare. It's true, Alex. Women are so confused. Yeah, they're literally mothers insulted that somebody else recommended that people become mothers. And I'm just, what? Y'all have lost your political...
Most people don't make over $400,000. So she's advocating...
Where are you coming up with this statistic that you have to have $400,000 to have a child?
For people to be born into poverty, people not being able to feed those children, people not being...
Did you know that, guys? If you have $300,000, you're making $300,000 a year, and you pop out a baby, it's being born into poverty. Do you know that? You have to have at least $400,000 in yearly income, otherwise the baby can't survive. $400,000 a year in income, or the baby cannot survive. Said to have kids before you and are ready and more kids than you can handle. I can't believe Dursky pulled it off that CPAC speech.
Being able to educate
it's true.
those children and people not being able to house those children at the same time when this government is cutting all of the services that would allow people to have families and big families.
Yeah, the only way you're allowed to have a family is if you have $400,000. Otherwise, you're literally telling children to be in poverty. Okay, whatever, you fucking weirdo. That makes no sense.
Trisha Heaton
So
looks
dumb.
great at
Absolutely.
67. Here is her #1 secret. Regular milk or oat milk?
Oh, regular. They refused to negotiate on missiles. They refused to even negotiate on terrorism, and they refused to negotiate on enrichment. They demand the right to enrich. So for all these people out there talking about how this could have been avoided, they were given every opportunity in multiple talks, and all they did is either reject or delay, and that's not going to happen under President Trump. He's not going to allow Iran to become a nuclear power on his watch and threaten America now or in the future.
It's in the boonies. Makes sense. You would change the name otherwise.
We are well on our way. We are on or ahead of schedule on each of those 4 objectives, and we can see the finish line. It's not today, it's not tomorrow, but it is coming. We are going to get to the point where our military will have achieved all of its objectives in this mission, and they're doing so with extraordinary efficiency, something that I think will go down in history as one of the best-run tactical military operations in modern times.
The real reason you're stiff after sitting.
you can live a very long time without.
These people want nuclear weapons. Why do we know that? Because they are assembling all the things you need for nuclear weapons. They're assembling long-range rockets that can eventually reach the United States, can already range Europe. We saw them demonstrate 2 of them last week, despite denying that they had them. They enriched uranium to 60%. As you pointed out a moment ago, from 60 to 90%, which is what you need for a bomb, takes 12 to 14 days. They bragged about still having that. They demand the right to enrich, which is how you get from 60 to 90%. They're the leading sponsor of terrorism, not in the region, in the world. They can never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, which is what President Trump made very clear from the very first day of his presidency, in fact, from the very first day of his candidacy.
MAGA 2028.
Now let me talk about the biblical aspect of it. Because Jade and Ivy also has to understand that not everything that's legal is going to be biblical. Render to Caesar what is Caesar's.
What?
Also have to understand you have to be wise, discerning, and tactful as to how you speak and when you speak and who you speak to.
What's the Bible
Jade
say
and Ivy,
about
if you
sodomy?
Want to quote Paul in Corinthians, Paul wrote what he wrote to the church in Corinth. He didn't necessarily write what he wrote to the church in Ephesus or the church in Galatia. In the same manner, Jade and Ivy, you got to use discernment of when you speak and who you're speaking to. If your job and your goal is to...
This is fucking crazy. You guys know what this is, right? Do you guys see what this fucking this is? This is a Democrat trying to dismiss the Bible. And he's literally like preaching the Bible at like what?
Emulate Jesus. Also understand when Jesus saw the woman who had committed adultery, he said, go and sin no more. He didn't.
You learning more from the Democrat than you ever learn on my channel about religion.
Then try to extrapolate every single sin and every single man she has slept with adulterously.
Yeah, it's covered under the umbrella. Just don't do any of that.
One,
Actually, he did, though.
Understand
Right,
there's a difference between legal and biblical. 2, Jade and Ivy, make sure you tend to your mental and emotional health if indeed there is anything going on, because you have been very vulnerable about your struggles previously. And then 3, render to Caesar.
Woo! Mental illness is real, y'all. Yeah, mental illness is real. It is.
Right now at Chicago Steak Company. Get 8 free 8-ounce gourmet steak burgers.
JD 2028 and 32.
Plus free
Even
shipping.
before his candidacy,
Use
Trump was
code
saying that he wanted to bomb the hell out of Iran, just like the other Democrats. Absolutely. Yeah, the Democrats' only response to this isn't like that they wouldn't have. It's just like we had a deal. We agree they're a bad thing, but we just wanted to do nothing instead. That's their response. It's not, we're on Iran's side.
Clearly see the Democrats trying to punish the rest of the Department of Homeland Security, because they don't like immigration enforcement. They've said that time and time again, that they want to see changes at ICE, but yet when they have the ability to negotiate with Senate Republicans, they don't do so. So for me, it feels less like they want reforms and more like they want this as an issue to continue to run on. And I
Make sure to double tap, hit subscribe. We are almost done with our evening.
The long lines at TSA, and he wants to get the frontline workers at DHS back out there protecting the American people. And he is coming up with solutions. And I would say that Senate Democrats and others
it's all
are not.
A game
they
to keep the masses
confused. Want to shut the department down in a very serious and very dangerous time.
Ilhan Omar also weighing in on this. Have a listen to what she said.
All right.
The government is banning this $29 fuel-saving device next month, and this is your last shot to get...
Police now told to focus on real crime, not policing social media posts.
They got to come up with a pill for the mental health shit soon.
An American living in Britain saying police asked her
yeah.
to apologize for a Facebook post.
Something that we believe you've written on Facebook has upset someone.
You're here because somebody got upset.
Christ.
Is it against the law? Am I being arrested?
You're not being arrested.
Then what are you doing here?
My plan was, if you were admitting that it was you who wrote the comment, we could just make an apology to the person.
I'm not apologizing to anybody, I can tell you that.
Well, senior foreign affairs correspondent
what
Greg
the
Harcourt
fuck is
joining
this
us at the moment from London. Hi, Greg.
Hi,
Why?
Benjamin.
So Pritzker can bury
today,
it?
The UK, specifically England and Wales, is pulling back from what many say is over-policing of online activity, not just reining in free speech here. The Home Office saying it's failed to keep up with the digital age, sending police officers into people's homes, making arrests, keeping records over posts commenting, for example, on a person's characteristics like race, religion, sexual orientation.
You know those people that come into the chat and they're like, "Thank God I'm not an American." Like this is what they're doing.
They go on to say in their post, police time will no longer be wasted investigating legal social media posts.
Yeah, there are hundreds of meds for retards.
By scrapping non-crime hate incidents, we are balancing the protection of.
And when you start feeding them to them, darling, when you gotta feed them.
The head of London Scotland Yard has been quoted as saying their officers were being put in an impossible position in which laws were drawing them into toxic culture war debates. UK Prime Minister Starmer has also been on the defensive, saying we have had freedom of speech in this country for a very long time, and we will always protect it. Today's move,
we got the cure, but yeah, I can't have it.
The states where First Amendment protections on speech
love you,
steer authorities
Darlene.
to act
That was
more on direct
hilarious.
threats of violence, not just offensive rhetoric. Critics say, though, the new moves don't go far enough, just setting the bar higher for the police to act. The guidelines are set to be fully in place by early next year. For some, couldn't come sooner.
For some, couldn't come sooner? Fucking nuts. Nuts, y'all. Nuts.
Have you looked at your credit card statement lately? You're working 40, 50 hours a week just to buy groceries.
The Wall Street Journal reporting that President Trump is telling aides reportedly that he's willing to end the war without fully reopening the Strait of Hormuz. The concern, apparently, from the president is that this would push the Epic Fury operation past its 6-week deadline. I want to get your thoughts and your reaction first to that.
A couple of reactions. Just number one, the president had outlined a goal from the beginning. He's trying to stay within the parameters of what he outlined. Number two, you have, of course, Gulf partners in the region that are unwilling to see the Straits of Hormuz be this toll road for Iran where they can simply charge.
What did I tell you? I said we're actually going to finish the war, but the Democrats are going to act like it isn't finished. This is the playbook, guys. He's going to get out. We're going to all be satisfied. And then for the next 3 years, they're going to say, yeah, he fucked up the Strait of Hormuz more than they did beforehand. Everything got more expensive because of Donald Trump and the Hormuz thing. Remember the Hormuz thing he did? Remember when he did the Hormuz? All of a sudden, everybody's going to be a fucking national goddamn fucking channel person worried about the shipping channels in the Middle East all of a sudden.
For anything that goes in or out
right
of there,
back at Big Beb. Why do prices at B&B go up to stop it?
Going on with that
Europe
as well.
has to be involved. And besides Big Pharma's, he gets too much money. How about we just take a play out of the ancient Greeks? When you work for the government, you shouldn't be allowed to own anything during the duration. Absolutely. Allies my ass, a good point.
I'm destroying every single piece of Iranian military hardware, the drones, the Navy, the Air Force.
That's what they're going to do. We're going to pull out, and then they're going to be like, it's actually worse than it was before he started. Look what he did. He fucked up the fucking Strait of Hormuz. And it's like, Donald Trump fucked up the world trade, and now everybody can raise the prices again. I'll be fine sipping my margarita if that's the case. Hopefully we're actually done with the war in time, because we do need to be done.
Relief doesn't help if it takes forever. American Financing is helping homeowners access mortgage rates.
We can't ignore that for 47 years they've avoided and rejected any effort to negotiate. That doesn't mean we're going to stop trying. President Trump always would rather have negotiations than war. And he will always, we gave him 60 days early last year. We gave him additional time to negotiate after Midnight Hammer again earlier this year. But each and every time those things have proved fruitless. But we're going to keep trying. There are messages being exchanged. There are talks going on. There is the potential for direct meeting at some point. We're always going to be open for that. But what President Trump is not going to allow is he's not going to allow fake negotiations to be used as a delay tactic, to buy more time, to buy themselves space. That's what he's not going to allow. You know, the Biden administration spent 4 years 4 years trying to resurrect the Obama nuclear deal with Iran. They spent 4 years trying to talk to the Iranians, and they strung them along for 4 years. And I think they thought they could string this administration along for 4 years, but they're not going to string along President Trump. He's not going to fall for their games. He hasn't fallen for their games.
Came out of aid after 9/11, and they sent troops to Iraq and Afghanistan. Yeah, but that's what made it a forever war. So to be honest, it's kind of good that they didn't support us in this. We can just pull out. They can fucking fuck up their straight. We don't use the trade anyway. It's kind of how I used to work for Apple, and I really found the dumbest way. 15 minutes left, guys. Unless we double click, hit that like button. Let's try to get up to 137 in the chat. We got to be above 100 in the chat when we hit that hour marker in 14 minutes. So guys, get working, get sharing. 400 votes in. If not, we might be closing the poll. 48% J.D. Vance, 40% Gavin Newsom, 12% for Asmongold. He's doing better than Mr. Fetterman. That's at least.
I'm sick and tired of politicians playing games with people's lives.
Me too.
And I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. Not only should we be back, but let me tell you, we should pass a law.
Marco knows his shit. Our country allies came to it
while there's a shutdown. But not only don't they get paid, they never are going to be able to get the back pay. In other words, you have a shutdown, you don't get paid in Congress, and you're never going to retrieve that money. That money's gone forever. You know what? This wouldn't happen anymore. It wouldn't. We didn't have no more shutdowns. We'd be able to move on. It's bad enough that it's going on, but the worst part is that the Democrats, who are particularly guilty, everybody's in this together, but the Democrats particularly want open borders, and they're willing to fight for open borders so hard they'll ruin good people, Americans' lives in the process.
Well, this is the longest.
You're still part of the 535, though, buddy. Still get to lose your job because you went on vacation.
Physical gold is disappearing from the global market at the fastest rate in history, while the mainstream media keeps the public.
I think the most important information will be the biologics that are not human that have been discovered, and like even some of the briefings that aren't classified just need to be out in the public. I mean, I had someone come and brief me who was in a military uniform, worked for the United States.
Article 5 is the only defense argument, not a aggression one, but Bush had the sense of gaslight everyone for 6 months to justify Iraq. Even in Ohio, JD is seen as a orifice. Thank you, Darlene. Super chat, Darlene. Appreciate you with the late night super chat. We are fading quickly. We're down to 25 viewers, guys. We got like 15 minutes left of our show, though. Darlene, keeping it going.
Army
Let's go.
Me on the locations of hybrid breeding programs where captured aliens were breeding with humans to create some hybrid race that could engage in intergalactic communication. An actual uniformed member of the United States Army briefed me on that.
Non-human biologics.
What?
Interracial alien mating? What the F is going on? Look, wait a second. You had whistleblowers tell you this kind of thing? Can you please unpack that?
Yeah, I had a guy who was uniformed. He was a senior enlisted with the United States Army. Came into my office.
Ignore the pedophilia with the Matt Gaetz. I'm just saying, like, the guy normally doesn't say crazy ass shit. This is a little odd. He should be in jail, but that's not. We're worried about the alien sex talk right now.
In Crestview, Florida, in a non-classified setting, I had members of my staff there, and what they explained is that the military ran a very secret program where aliens that were living were in forced breeding programs with humans that had been abducted from war zones and from even the caravans of migrants.
You said they were aliens, so Matt Gaetz doesn't try venom them over for the weekend.
Now, again, I didn't verify this, but what the whistleblower was telling me is that there were like between 6 and 12 locations around the country where this happened, and what he wanted was a group members of Congress to all show up at the same time at all of these different locations so that any of those activities could not be moved. And of course, it's a physical impossibility to get members of Congress to simultaneously show up at like 8 locations at one time. And so that never occurred.
What do you mean non-human biologics? Like this?
Well, that was the testimony of David Grush before the House Oversight Committee, which I joined, and the testimony was that in crashes of craft that had been recovered by the CIA and through a special program that the CIA had for craft recovery, that it wasn't just the hard materials, it was also biologics, but that they couldn't identify a human source of those biologics.
Okay. Matt Gaetz.
Right now at Chicago Steak Company, get 8 free 8-ounce gourmet steak burgers and our premium steak.
This was what we refer to as ground zero. That building is considered ground zero because it just was so blatant.
Hospice patient advocate Sheila Clark has been raising an alarm on this one building in LA for years. This building, our investigation found, is home to 89 registered hospice companies. It's called the Merabi Professional Medical Plaza, and it's the most extreme case of hospice clustering that we found.
And this particular building, I noticed, I'm like, dang, how can
oh my
there
God,
be
there's
that many
thousands of
licensed
different
and certified
hospices
in this
in
tiny
one
little building.
We went to the Van Nuys address to find out what's going on.
We're going to try to
Dude, what the fudgety fudge is he talking about? Is he on crack?
Directory.
The Botox finally affected his brain.
Hospice.
Did Matt Gaetz get his crack from Hunter Biden?
Hospice.
Can you come back?
Yo, but about this hospice, like this Asian 60 Minutes version of Nick Shirley over here.
Records for hospice agencies tell you a lot.
What?
State auditors have identified warning signs where they're looking for fraud, like multiple hospice offices packed into one building, or caretakers whose patients who are supposedly at death's door are discharged alive. According to our analysis, 72 of the 89 registered hospices in Merabi Plaza have at least 3 of those potential warning signs.
This isn't possible. This
it's
made
not
no sense because I know what
guys right there. That's the what in the world? What in the world? Y'all, 77 hospices? 77? 77. Get the FBI to investigate these traffickers? Facts. What the F? Crazy.
I know what a licensed and certified hospice looks like.
We weren't the first ones to come to this building. Federal inspection records show that regulators visited multiple suites in Merabi Plaza between 2021 and 2025, and they found nearly 400 violations. At one, a nurse wrote that a patient's family was satisfied with the care, but inspectors found no one from the hospice ever even visited that patient.
Whoa!
At another, the patient's
Tell
chart
this old
listed
man
medications for
what his
malaria
hospice
and
is.
diabetes, but the patient told inspectors
patient,
he wasn't taking either one.
It's called
and at
gruesome
that
for
same
you.
company, a hospice social worker wrote about a family's grief when their loved one had
Newsom
passed.
the same as Cuomo.
But
at least he got
there is
rid
no
of Cuomo.
evidence the patient was actually dead. These hospices have been billing Medicare for reimbursement with your tax dollars for years.
Why are we still seeing such, rampant signs of this? Why hasn't more been done?
We're committed to tackling the issue until we root it out and extinguish all fraud.
So who's working to fix this? Well, the state attorney general is the one responsible for investigating the industry here in California.
California is always going to have the biggest numbers. We're the biggest state. We're the 4th largest economy in the world.
Yeah, just let's go, guys. Come on.
And
let's go. We're just little weasels. Let's go, please.
We're also
Please?
following the money here.
Please?
Medicare is federally administered. It's your federal tax dollars going
What
to
do
these
they do?
hospices. So we
They don't do anything. They collect money from Medicare.
Centers for Medicare and Medicaid services.
That's what they fucking do. They collect money from Medicare.
Shutting down of these hospices?
We have dramatically accelerated our ability to take out.
And they still are active. Like, that's what's crazy.
That's a big mindset shift. I want to make it clear, we're not going to pay you money just because you sent me a piece of paper with a bill on it. We're going to check to make sure.
Oh, really? Are ya? Are ya? Because this man found 77 in one building, and it doesn't seem like you were willing to do anything until you showed up.
That's legitimate.
Until he told you to check it.
That you actually perform something that's helpful to the American people, or you're not getting money from us.
Oh, my God.
When we went back to Merabi Plaza, we found the building's owner, Kambiz Merabi.
I have vacancies. Tenant would come in as long as they're legit.
And now what New York has a governor is just as bad as Cuomo? Pretty much.
That we need. I rent.
But at least Cuomo got held responsible for what he did.
Keeper of
Hello, Betsy. Welcome. We're in overtime. We got about 5 minutes left of our show.
They're licensed.
So there's not that for the VA.
First sort of barometer.
No.
Measuring
no. Just collecting checks from Medicare in California, guys.
Look, maybe state and the federal government, it's becoming
Nick Shirley is exposing the left's lies.
And I'm all for it because at the end.
Well, it looks like CBS is now too. Asian Nick Shirley over here.
For all those things that are not right.
Merabi wouldn't let us walk the halls on our own to talk with hospice employees, but told us this.
Oh, really? Oh, he wouldn't let you walk alone, huh?
You learn of.
You wouldn't let CBS walk alone through the hospices
that are accused of fraud.
Let me get this straight: millions in fraud and no consequences. I'm late on my taxes. The clink clink. Exactly. And then it's like, hey, we'll sit down and do an interview and ask you this question, and then the person responsible is like, it's the largest state. We're going to have the largest numbers. The person from the federal government's like, let's be real. We're going to help. We're going to make sure you don't do that. If somebody does that, we're going to make sure they don't do that. And the CBS is over here and they're like, but they're all doing it. They're all currently doing it. They're not even looking at the patients anymore, guys. They're just taking the money directly from the government. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, just keep going. Just keep going. Keep it on.
Okay. Yes. But that hasn't happened yet.
No, no one has ever come to me tell me that. Okay, these sort of
Somali. I want these fucking hospices in California. This is crazy. That's crazy, and they're still doing it. They're just sitting out there fucking collecting checks. Everybody's just like, we'll get to it. We'll tell you next time you can't do it.
The Fed just installed a kill switch in your bank account. If you have over $100,000 sitting in a tradition.
I think Russia's probably the biggest winner in this because oil prices have gone up.
What is Nikki Haley doing out here again?
India and getting their oil
apparently don't make enough to have taxes taken out from my checks anymore.
Pressure on Ukraine, Russia
That's
right
good.
now.
That's always a good thing.
Pieces here, aren't we?
We're moving big pieces.
Right, Bubba. I'll end up for a Fort
This is
Dix
something that Iran is going in the right direction.
Procedure.
I think pulling back on Russia and putting pressure on China is going to be important, and getting the regional allies and our European allies to understand.
Can you imagine if she was president?
We're all dependent on this from a global economy, so let's all step in and finish this.
Can you imagine if that was president? Ooh-wee, ooh-wee. Bet it's happening like this in every blue state too. Probably. CEO of Chase Bank.
Apple, and I really found the dumbest way to make money online in 2025. I tried it out for around.
Got a minute left of overtime, guys. In 60 seconds, we will check. But it looks like we're not going to make it to hour 4. So double tap, hit that like button, hit the share. 60 seconds, we will check the radar to see if we are at over 100. If we're over 100, we go for a full 5th hour. Remember, our poll right now, 419 votes in. J.D. Vance, 48%. Gavin Newsom, 40%. Asmongold, 12%. How was work been treating you, Bubba? Alex, I am not okay. Can you please pray for me? I pray for you. Hamid, you can tell mental illness by the eyes. She has those eyes. Mm-hmm.
The markets are unpredictable, and it's hard for me to tell you exactly.
Listen, the markets are unpredictable, but I own everything, and I funded Jeffrey Epstein's Island, and the life is fun for me.
Exactly what, but I think they're just looking at, is there a chance something can go wrong? Now, we should all hope nothing goes wrong. We should all hope that these bad people are, that we win this thing and clean up the streets, and that Iran...
As vague as he can possibly be, that we all do the thing and we...
There's no longer a threat to
dollar signs and eyes, yep.
But the markets will be concerned until it's over. But I think it's very important. It's much more important that this be successfully completed than what the market does.
And that sounds like what the UAE and Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states are saying.
Going good.
Finish this off the right way. They see the urgency here.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yes. I mean, I hear some people say, they weren't an imminent threat. A threat means I'm threatening you, that I might do something bad. These people have been doing something bad for 47 years. They've been killing people. They've been killing Americans. They funded that terrible Hamas thing. Several Americans were killed on October 7th. And so they've had proxy wars. They've been threatening people. I think people are surprised to find out that had a ballistic missile and go 3,000 miles. These are bad people, and they needed to be stopped. And just who decided what? Now, I don't know what the military knows. I don't know what President Trump knows. I just think now we've got to finish this thing and finish it right.
I agree with him. He's not saying things that aren't truths. We'll see if there might be a few more clips that we might go to, but we want to end the poll because that was the end of overtime, people. The stream is ending soon. J.D. Vance wins again for an 8th night. Takes in 8 in the win column, and Asmongold goes in second to last place. Asmongold, 12%. Our third partiers are John Fetterman, 9%, Asmongold, 12%, Joe Rogan, 15%, Michelle Obama, 17%, Afro Man, 20%, Tucker Carlson, 21%, and Kamala Harris, 22%. If you have a suggestion for tomorrow night's third-party candidate, thank you, Darlene, for the super chat. We will keep it going for these few last little clips of the night. And if you have a suggestion for who that third party can be, throw it in the chat right now as we're finishing up the stream. Auditors found 112 hospice providers operating out of a single physical address. It wasn't 77, it was 112. 112! Thank you again, Darlene.
Example, auditors found that 112 hospice providers operating out of a single physical address. 112. Holy cow. As a result, hospice agencies in L.A. County alone likely overbilled Medicare by $105 million in just 1 year.
Oh, Stephen Miller?
Let me tell you, there's a special place in hell for people who commit fraud with hospice. Special place. This is something we've got to look at. And it looks like it's not just an isolated problem. It looks like it's a problem in a lot of different places.
No Kings protests have no clue how Trump is acting as a king.
Get 8 free 8-ounce gourmet steak burgers and our premium steak.
No King's Day. What are we going to do to the king? We're going to shut him down. How are we going to shut him down? Impeachment. If there's impeachment, that means there's a Congress and Donald Trump can't be a king. Right. Right. Why is Donald Trump a king? Because he's nuts.
He smells funny.
For real?
Is that a question?
Because he has repeatedly overused his he's trying to abuse this world and try to make this place all about him. Why are you asking me this? You know the answer.
What's the answer?
You know it.
What is it?
You know the answer.
So many people showed up.
Imagine if they showed up like this for Kamala.
People showed up for Kamala.
Did that go the way you thought it was going to go? Nope.
What is that Donald Trump took that is impossible to do under the Constitution, but he did it anyway?
I can't name specific laws. I'm sorry.
Amazing, the left's answers, you know?
I lost a lot of thought on that.
You're a reporter.
Lost a lot of thought
so
on
why
that.
don't you do your homework? Don't ask me.
Went to war. Legally, he could do that.
He can? Oh. Putting ice in our cities.
Legally, he could put ice in cities.
I don't really give about legally. Rename the
Hopefully
Kennedy
you
Center.
got back up.
Which amendment under the Constitution is he prohibited
Such high
from renaming
IQs
the Kennedy
answers.
Center?
Yep.
I refer you to the New York Times 2 days ago. They had a list of 30 items.
And you read it?
I read it, absolutely.
So what is one thing from that list?
One thing from that list is I'm blanking.
I did not
fully read it. I've got it. Excerpts.
He's trying to run again.
If he's trying to run again, why'd he leave office the first time?
Because he got voted out.
So why won't he leave office now when his term limit?
No, I mean, if it's the bottom chamber, he won't probably.
Did you not hear what I said?
But he left the first.
Fascist.
Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay, you can just say it.
It's okay, you just say it. Ilhan Omar just admitted she wants illegal aliens to vote. Oh no. Legal aliens voting.
For those over age 60, a major banking regulation
Put a paper
that
towel
took
over
effect
the
this
top.
month has changed the rules of retirement.
We are looking at in...
That's true if you just get like a filter to make sure.
Washington, D.C. is the SAFE Act, which is a piece of legislation that is in regards to, they say, creating a safe election. And we say it is a bill that disenfranchises half of the population in the United States. It's a bill that requires for people to show a proof of citizenship. We know that majority of married women who have changed their names, who might not have access to their original birth certificates and all the documents that they need in time to be able to vote on any of the primaries that are happening in the next few weeks, few months, or the November election.
Yeah, along with the other 535 of them.
So Democrats are voting no.
I'm on vacation. I am collecting my check. Oh, here's another vacation resident.
This is a difficult moment for America's children. There are so many
haven't
threats
seen her in a while.
that they face with
this president and these Republicans who have no commitment
1/4
to
on that.
the
La,
rule
la,
of
la.
law and doing
She
things
is dumb.
the appropriate way. We're ready. We have three purposes now.
She looks
One
different.
is to
Could
win
it be
the
because
midterms.
she had already
Two
been
is
arrested
to make
and
sure the
executed for
elections are
treason?
safe. And three, to tell people what we will do when we win. And that is the mission. There's so many things that you can do to protect the election, and they are being done, whether it's
and they are being done.
litigation or
guess they don't have a driver's license either. I mean, now that it broke, it makes it harder to hit. But I'll definitely go about the paper towel approach since I'm a broke boy who spent too much money this month and I'm down to my last 1-2 dabs. Yeah, filter that out. Filter it out, my bro. More wine. Look at the eyes. Does she have them? She's fucking crazy.
or just
she's like a fucking corpse.
Communication, all of that.
Eating that beef jerky, keeping herself alive.
We have to be on guard as to what they may try to do to the technology.
Aw, man.
They may try to creep into the technology and create a false account.
They gotta creep into technology and create a false account. Okay, guys. Tiger Woods.
With ulcerative colitis.
Mr. Gutfeld roasted Tiger Woods.
So I've had this disease.
Good evening, everyone. So golf legend Tiger Woods was arrested on DUI charges after he flipped his car. Police say the crash could have been worse, but
Donald J.
Tiger
Trump,
is only
USA.
half Asian.
He's only half Asian?
Despite his repeated crashes, Woods says he won't hire a driver because he doesn't want anyone to know his whereabouts, meaning his girlfriend and his other 3 girlfriends.
All in one.
Wow.
We are looking at in Washington, D.C. is the SAFE Act, which is a piece of legislation.
Which is a piece of legislation?
I've been an autoimmune sufferer for most of my life. The most recent
No
autoimmune
bud wax.
that I had was Hashimoto's.
Do they call it a roach?
Patrol, you seem furious. The question is, why did everyone leave town?
Well, they sent the bill in the dead of night. It was about a 2:30 a.m. vote, and it came to us right before everyone was scheduled to go home.
Scheduled to go home. Do you see these answers, guys? Well, it was really tough because we had already scheduled ourselves to go on vacation. It's very tough to change that schedule.
We passed the bill, the full funding bill, a CR, for 8 weeks, clean, nonpartisan, no tricks on that at all, just to keep the whole Department of Homeland Security funded for 8 weeks so the parties can work out their differences. We thought that would be passed by unanimous consent
Let's
on
play
Monday.
the blame game. I love you.
And it didn't happen in the Senate, and so we've got
let's
a
play
dilemma.
the blame game for sure.
The outrage and the reason we were so upset, Lawrence, is because they sent us a bill that literally put
we
the
them,
number
we
zero
them,
in the
we
bill
them.
for the
You're all
funding of border
fucking
security
shit bags.
and customs and
All
immigration
same job.
enforcement.
We
can't
them.
do that. That was the biggest issue in the 2024 election, and it.
How does someone get multiple accidents and don't end up with behind bars? You really good at golf, like fucking really good at golf. Speaking of, I'm not going to be able to spend nearly as much money on YouTube memberships for month 2 as I have in the first. I've sent too much since I just wanted some support your channel. Appreciate you, Big Bag of Pop 420. Of course, I totally get it. And also, hopefully, we start getting more North Koreans willing to pay the $3. Which reminds me, guys, double tap, hit that like button, hit the subscribe, and you too can become a North Korean like Darlene for $3 a month, help support the channel, and eventually graduate after 1 month to becoming a Venezuelan, like Mr. Big Bag of Pop 420 over here, our big, huge super chatter, our #1 dedicated fan. Sound like Ilhan got a finger up her ass at the end of every sentence, and Boots views never had edibles as they any good. LOL for real.
It's outrageous to us. Just in those two agencies, CBP and ICE, you're talking about
Appreciate you.
98,000 hardworking Americans, self-sacrificing people who have to pay their mortgages. And
Big Bag of Pop 420 with another gift membership. And Lil M 3853 sitting there back on the back of the chat. You just got a North Korean badge. Welcome to the North Koreans. We are now back to 40 North Koreans and 1 Venezuelan. Mr. Big Bag of Pop 420, our lead Venezuelan here. He is Nicolas Maduro himself. Brilliant membership labels. Appreciate you, Requiz. Big Bag of Pop. Salute.
Put on the table. They want
Join
to
the
zero
channel. Help support. $3 a month. That's it, guys. And you get access to 17 feature films. And tomorrow night, I'm going to drop Voter Suppression, an hour-long 2020 mockumentary where I actually get myself kicked out of a Trump rally.
We cannot be
you want to see it?
So
become a member. Become a North Korean.
Members are in their
become a comrade.
Right now, we can bring them
today.
back on a moment's notice for a vote. The Senate has to do their job and help us on this heavy lift. We have to get the government funded, and they're playing games with real people's lives.
Blah, blah, blah. I went on vacation. Blah, 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 blah. Vacation, blah, blah, blah.
I used to work for Apple, and I really found
There's another guy. This guy also on vacation.
Ultimately, we want to make sure that
ultimately, you're on vacation.
Calls Providence home feels safe.
Oh no, wait. Yeah. You're on vacation.
And we can both agree that this mural behind us does not reflect Providence's values, nor does it reflect the creativity that we want to see in our city.
Oh, really? A memorial for a Ukrainian woman that was stabbed in the throat doesn't represent the morals of Providence, Rhode Island. Well, retard statement there from Providence, Rhode Island, guys.
Tell me a little bit about
36 people, 36 per year. Thank you, Bubba. Trump EO, Melhor Perez Day. Become one of us. Have some fun. Shoot some jokes and whatnot. LOL. Appreciate it. Big Bag, you's the best.
Kings. What's it all about?
He started it all, guys. There's no way I would have, like, the membership thing, I just had it on there. I had gotten a few super chats, and then on the second night of the war, Big Bag, it must have been February 28th, since he's now a Venezuelan. Or it was probably March 1st, because it's probably every 30 days that it switches. But on March 1st, he hit subscribe on the membership, and I was like, oh, fuck, I didn't even know I had that on there. And then I was like, I'm going to do a bunch of YouTube shorts. And then I was like, wait, actually, this motherfucker is feeding this algorithm. Now we have a fan base. Now we have to go live every single night, at least 3 hours a night. And now we have 40 North Korean comrades. We are making the club happen. Appreciate you all. And you all should appreciate your Lord and Savior, Nicolas Maduro, a.k.a. Big Bag of Pop 420.
Election results they don't agree with.
Oh, no, not Providence again. Retarded state. Facts.
It's not a no keys.
Did you get that little PayPal either? Oh, appreciate you, Bubba J007. I think I did get a PayPal from you. I haven't checked my phone in a second here. Yes, thank you for the PayPal super chat. From Bubba J007, keeping the support alive. I appreciate you all and your ongoing, continued support to the channel. Let's keep it going.
Individuals out on the White House lawn, they rejected that. And it wasn't even close. It was a popular vote. President Trump won, and he won every single swing state. And they've been trying to hold these rallies.
It was day one of Iranian war, right? Yep.
They disagree
which was March 1st.
Democracy.
Or it must have been February 28th. Yeah, February 28th.
They're talking no kings.
Send another right now.
Celebrating our democracy for the last 250 years. The longest
send another right now?
They're just so out of touch.
Appreciate you, Bubba. Appreciate you guys so much. You guys are amazing. This is such a great channel. Okay, wait. Did we do the sympathies go to the widow? Wait, okay, right here.
I don't want to live without it. It does so many good things for you.
Thank you, Bubba J007 for the super chat via PayPal. Appreciated.
Apparently he likes to.
If I was day one of Iran war, February 28th, do you take Cash App? I do PayPal. So I got, I can do, or actually I think I do have Cash App actually. I don't know what it is though. Hold on. I can do this one though. That's my PayPal one. And I'll see if I have the Cash App
stay
one.
home rather than go out in public anyway. Okay. If he's going to go out, why doesn't he have a driver? That's the part that makes no sense to me.
Well, it's also the part that's unforgivable. See, we can have compassion for him when you look at the fact that he's had chronic back. I remember in a 3-year period, Sean, he had like 4 back surgeries. 4 back surgeries between 2014 and 2017. And since that time, immediately in the aftermath of that, was or just a few weeks after he had spinal fusion surgery, was when he got into that accident in 2017. When they saw, not an accident, they saw him on the side of the road.
Yeah, we are good.
The wheel in 2017, and he seemed a bit inebriated and not himself.
I'm gonna ping your
Since
email.
That time,
Find your
he's been on Vicodin, he's been on
Austin, Texas, y'all.
Loaded. He's been on Xanax. He's been on Ambien. He's been on THC. These are opioid drugs, sleep aids, anti-anxiety. All of this stuff has been going on. So there's no doubt that he's going through it. There's a part of you that feels very, very sorry for him because we know, and me covering the world of sports, I know plenty of people who have been addicted to pain medications, no doubt about it. Where the sympathy goes out the window is that this is the 3rd time he's been caught behind the wheel of a car, a motor vehicle, while he's been inebriated. And this is a billionaire. It's safe to say he can afford car service. And if your privacy is that important, I got news for you. I use car service from time to time. I don't have to worry about my.
But like, how are you going to put a billionaire in jail? He'll just pay his way out. It's kind of like a ridiculous thought. Like, to be honest,
privacy being violated because I'm in a car service.
Tiger's
that makes
a drug
no sense
addict
whatsoever.
Yep.
But if he wants to act like that makes sense, then the question would beg: are you that private that you don't want to take a car service, or do you have something to hide? Because we know he's been in trouble in the past with stuff that he didn't want the public to know about.
Because we've been in trouble with the past.
We are.
Mr. Gabby Newsom.
This is a difficult moment for America's children. There are so many threats that they face, whether it's from child trafficking and exploitation or technology, medical.
What makes you think you'd win?
First of all, I'm not qualified, not by a long shot. I'm speaking about it as an indictment against the Democratic Party, not to big up myself.
Brett Favre was hooked for a while.
It's rudderless, and it has been that way for a very, very long time. Because of the things that happened with Joe Biden, because of the lies that were told to protect him and shield him and the Democratic Party from the kind of things that were going on during that administration, it came back to bite them, particularly with the election. We all know this to be true. And since that time, they've been up in flux. You know, the Democrats all over the place recognize recognize the fact that there needs to be somebody capable of stepping up to be a leader. That person has been trying to be a Gavin Newsom, who's decided that governing something else needed to be just as much, if not more of a priority, and that's trolling Trump and trying to beat Trump in his own game. I don't believe that's going to work. A guy like Bashir out of Kentucky, could he resonate? That's a legitimate question mark right there. I think the person that could potentially resonate is Josh Shapiro, but he's got some things going up against it because, as you articulated and lamented on many, many occasions, you have an abundance of people out there that are engaging in anti-Semitism, whether it's with their rhetoric and simply that, or with their actions, or the combination of both. And him being Jewish obviously could be problematic for him if he was running for the presidency of the United States of America. I still think he's very qualified. I think he's done a good job with the state of Pennsylvania, and I think he's somebody that should be strong.
I wish I could just access mushrooms every day. If I could access mushrooms every day, I would be on fucking mushrooms every day, y'all. I'm just telling you that right now. If I could, if somebody was like, here's a bag full of mushrooms every day, I'd be like,
Rumble Studio is a game changer for our show.
Rumble Studio lets us stream to Rumble and all the other platforms.
Terror. Now, in the coming days, Iran will be forced to make another decision. They had a choice before Midnight Hammer. They had a choice before Epic Fury. And that is agree to the president's terms. That means hand over the enriched uranium. That means open the Strait of Hormuz or be bombed into the Stone Age, while losing the ability to export any oil, make money for their country and fellow countrymen and women. Now, of course, regime change would be great, which kind of already happened now that we're at the fourth and fifth tier of leadership, but that was never the objective of Operation Epic Fury. This was always about securing America, eliminating the nuclear threat to the American people.
By the way, when are you setting up the Discord? Fuck! I totally forgot. I think I told Bubba or I told you that I was doing that today. I need to add that. I need to download Discord, and then I need to add both of you, and then after I chat with both of you, then we'll set up the Discord for everybody else. It's definitely happening before we hit 20,000, so most likely tomorrow I will be able to reach out to both you and Bubba on Discord. I have both your handles. I just need to do it. Hammer time.
As far as NATO is concerned, that's a decision that will be left to the president, but I'll just say a lot has been laid bare. A lot has been shown to the world.
Now, normally we don't look at clips of actual shows like this. We usually just watch the full pressers, but we're getting towards the end of our night anyway. We are going to pick up the pressers on this one just because, or the clips on this one just because I know most of this press conference, this 36-minute press conference, it's going to be them laughing at the press going, we can't tell you that. So it's just like, what's the point? And skip 20 minutes of it.
The United States of America, when
That's a demon.
Take an effort of this scope on behalf of the free world. These are missiles that don't even range the United States of America. They range allies and others, and yet when we ask for additional assistance or simple access basing overflight, we get questions or roadblocks or hesitations. And the president's pointing out, you don't have much of an alliance if you have countries that are not willing to stand with you when you need them. He's simply pointing that out, and ultimately it'll be his decision of what that looks like after this is complete.
Heyo.
Introducing Rumble Shorts. Watch quick videos for pure, unfiltered,
President Trump and boots on the ground. I don't understand why the base, which they have already, they understand, wouldn't have faith in his ability to execute on this. Look at his track record of pursuing peace through strength, America first outcomes. What he's simply saying, and it's exactly true, and I've said from this podium too, we're not going to foreclose any option. You can't fight and win a war if you tell your adversary what you are willing to do or what you are not willing to do.
Facts.
To include boots on the ground.
Facts.
Our adversary right now thinks there are 15 different ways we could come at them with boots on the ground. And guess what? There are. So if we needed to, we could execute those options on behalf of the President of the United States and this department. Or maybe we don't have to use them at all. Maybe negotiations work, or maybe there's a different approach. The point is to be unpredictable in that. Certainly not let anybody know what you're willing to do or not do. But if anybody has internalized the lessons of Iraq and Afghanistan as the first one,
the press is like a woman, keep them guessing.
He's not going to repeat those lessons. And I think I've been very clear about that from the podium.
it's just weird to me, like, why do the press
rising
conference
cloud
if
costs in today's digital marketplace.
perception of the press
Big
conference is that you shouldn't give them information. I think you
The
should give
latest
them
intel-
information, but you should only be telling them information that is post, like past. But we should be getting the most detailed, up-to-date information. That's what we did during the Gulf War. They would come out and they would fucking show us the shit. Now they come out and they go, why would I tell you anything?
Is clear out of CENTCOM. Our
Okay, then
strikes
don't come
are
out here
damaging
and
the
fucking
morale
talk to
of
the press.
Iranian military, leading to widespread desertions, key personnel shortages, and causing frustrations amongst senior leaders. Just last night, we had 200 dynamic strikes alone. Dynamic strike is a strike where a pilot leaves and during their flight they get a new target set based on real-time intel given to them. A new launcher, a new location, a new troop formation. A dynamic target is one that changes while you're in the air because of improved intelligence. 200 dynamic strikes alone, in addition to the pre-planned targets. The video the president posted last night of Esfahan,
At least we hear
an ammo
something,
depot
unlike when Biden
struck
was
by
in him.
U.S. bombers. You see, you don't get to see many of those videos because, as a reminder, Iran has still shut off the internet to 99.9% of its population. But if Iran is wise, they will cut a deal. President Trump doesn't bluff and he does not back down. You can ask Khomeini about that. The new Iranian regime should know that by now. This new regime, because regime change has occurred, should be wiser than the last. President Trump will make a deal he is willing. And the terms of the deal are known to them. If Iran is not willing, then the United States War Department will continue with even more intensity.
Mm-hmm.
Think YouTube runs live streaming? Think again. The biggest live streams in the US are happening on Rumble.
But if Iran is wise, they will cut a deal. President Trump doesn't bluff and he does not back down.
We just heard that.
You can ask Khomeini about it.
How confident are you that the U.S. could pull off some sort of uranium extraction under enemy fire?
We can absolutely do it. And I think I want to tell all the IRGC leadership now who's watching this show that don't doubt President Trump has the resolve to make that call. You know, and I mean, at some level, I have a wish to see. I want the choppers coming in, hitting the beach, you know, blaring Ride of the Valkyrie, Ghost of Robert Duvall in the lead helicopter, and the discombobulator blazing the way to knock everybody out of the way. The problem is from the beach to the places we have to go is almost 500 miles. And that's a heck of a logistical nightmare. It's not quite as simple. It can be done, and we have the capabilities and the people to do it. But I think everyone should be cognizant that's a heavy lift.
God, how much more we got of this fucking bullshit? Okay.
Technology leaders face rising cloud costs in today's digital marketplace. Big tech cloud consumption pricing
You
models.
guys are almost getting a full another hour of. You almost got a full another hour of fucking overtime without anything happening.
Tom and
Just
Jessica
took forever.
have said it best, that this is a failure of the system. Their daughter died because the system has failed. When you allow illegal immigrants into the country and then they are arrested for committing a crime only to be released back out onto the streets in these sanctuary jurisdictions like Illinois, like New York, like California. The reason I and my Republican colleagues supported the Lake and Riley Act was to prevent this very scenario where somebody is arrested for a low-level crime and then released back out onto the streets because the local jurisdiction refuses to honor the detainer request. The sanctuary policies need to end. There needs to be full cooperation. I don't care if somebody commits a federal crime or a state crime.
True.
Local law enforcement must be allowed to cooperate with federal immigration officials. And sadly, my Democratic colleagues refuse to cooperate on this. They refuse to allow for Homeland Security to do its job. They have now shut it down for over 45 days. And this is the consequence of failure to enforce our immigration laws and our criminal justice laws in these states like New York that have cashless bail and other disastrous criminal justice policies.
That's what it says. Did you read it right? Yeah, that's what it says my handle is. Maybe it's lying to me. Personal information. Huh, yeah. Yeah, cash tag. Cash tag. Yeah, so it's cash. Wait, so it's like this. It's like cash dot app. No, hopefully it doesn't do some weird thing with this. It's like that. Or that's what it says my handle is. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't work. I rarely get money on it. Or use it. I use the PayPal more often, but I have it. It's optional.
And I'm going.
Operator malfunctioned. I'll try again.
Because I have listened to this.
Oh yeah, we already got that. I ain't going there again. What else we got here? We got a few seconds left. It's absurd. Democrats are already
This is a
declaring
difficult
defeat
moment
in
for
Iran.
America's children. There are so many threats that they face.
People to be ramping up. What can you tell us tonight?
Yeah. Laura, we're definitely winning. And to your point about CNN and their Democratic allies saying it's a quagmire, I hear it in Congress. The Democrats have already declared defeat after 4 weeks. That is absurd and it's obnoxious. And you know why they're doing it? Because they know that if President Trump affects regime change in Iran and they become, if not friendly, at least cooperative with the United States and the West, it'll be the crowning achievement of his administration, and it'll affect their midterms. How about not being Democrats or Republicans right now and being Americans? Because as Americans, we need to win this conflict and break the back of the mullahs.
Stupid. All right. What do we got? We got 4 left, 5, 6 left, 2 more peg sests and 4 clips.
Rumble Cloud, your freedom, our promise. Break free from...
Again, it seems like we're leapfrogging to regime change, again, which would be fabulous.
Night, everybody.
Sure. What the administration has said is they want to ensure that obviously the Iranians will not pursue a nuclear program. They won't export ballistic missiles, and they'll stop exporting terror, because as we know, they're the greatest state sponsor of terror in the world. That's what their stated goal is. I just personally, I don't see how you can trust the mullahs and trust this theocracy. You can tell when they're lying because that's when they're speaking. So whatever deal, we need to, as President Reagan said, trust but verify. So I honestly do not see, frankly, Laura, an end to this unless we absolutely break their back, and that's going to involve at least American special operators on the ground, allies in the region, the Kurds in the north, and then the Iranian people to rise up, because 80% of them hate this regime.
When we go, kaboom.
Advertisers. Expand your reach and elevate your campaign performance with untapped audiences.
Making the military to be a white nationalist organization is absolutely reminiscent of Germany 1933 through 1939. And we cannot go there.
Yeesh. Bunch of crazies being crazy.
Here's a revelation for the Democrats, Laura. How about just the best person? How about allowing your voters to choose? You know, this is very standard for the Democrats. They think in the party that they know best, and they don't care what you or, quite frankly, their voters think about anything at all. This is kind of what they've been doing for a long time. They've sort of always manipulated things. Go back to Hillary Clinton, of course, in 2016. Laura, she was all but coronated, of course, by the Democrat Party. And we were all told we had to vote for her because it was time for a woman to be president. Of course, that was an epic failure, that it's failed poorly every time it's been tried. Then, of course, Joe Biden was plugged in as their candidate, and he proudly told everybody that he was going to choose a running mate, not based on merit or based on qualifications, but based on how that person looked. He wanted a minority female. And I think I can probably speak for most women in America. How embarrassing was it to have Kamala Harris as the first female vice president of the United States? Nobody can point to a single thing that she did. But what people want is just the best person for the job. That's what we've always done on the Republican side of the aisle, and it has given us probably the greatest president in the history of America with President Donald J. Trump. Here's what I can tell you from the Republican side of things. I don't know if it'll be a man, a woman. I don't know what their religion. I don't know anything about them on the Republican side for 2028. I can tell you they'll have common sense, and maybe that's something the Democrats want to look into as they choose a candidate.
Rumble Cloud, your freedom, our promise. Break free from...
Fox News alert, commandos from the most advanced special ops teams in the world have just arrived in theater. The Army Rangers and Navy SEALs. And they're joining the 3,500 sailors and Marines that have just taken position in the Middle East on the USS Tripoli. The 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit is also on board, and a ship full of transport and strike fighter aircraft ready to be brought into the action. Alongside of them, the most elite paratrooper unit on Earth, the 82nd Airborne Division, who are ready to hit the silk as the president issues a final warning. Quote, if for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be, and if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately open for business, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran.
I don't know why they came back. It's kind of crazy.
Completely obliterating
the USA
all of
is
their electric generating plants, and Karg Island.
Esoteric
Fox
2 days
ticking
ago.
for the mullahs to make a deal.
God bless our
or
troops.
lights out. The terms are clear. No nukes, no uranium.
These people are lunatics. They are insane. They are religious zealots who can never be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon because they have an apocalyptic vision.
Are there any cross-dressers on that boat? I don't know. Probably some,
Rumble Wallet just changed the
Kristi
creator economy.
Noem.
Kind of a game
Husbands.
changer. It's big news. Tip your favorite creators in crypto.
Those Americans said to me, young and old, officer and NCO, male and female, black and white, was let's finish the mission. Get us even more bombs, bigger bombs, more targets. Let us finish this. In fact, Admiral Cooper noted this morning that the 3 Air Force captains shot down by Kuwaiti-friendly fire early in the fight weeks ago. They never left the theater. All dropped bombs over Tehran last night.
Wow.
These men and women live the
Rubio
Iranian
is
threat
talking
every
about
day,
Trump.
incoming missiles and drones, and know what a world looks like, what the world would look like if Iran had the most dangerous weapons in the world, a nuclear.
Yeah, that kind of proves it. It's like if you just got shot out of the sky, why would you go back and do it again and blow up some other like, you know what I mean? Like, you'd fucking run away.
Your weapon.
BS Hexeth. James Barry makes no goddamn sense. Last clip of the day, y'all. Our military wants to finish the fight.
Stop discovering.
Finish the fight.
But what those Americans said to me, young and old, officer and NCO,
we already got that part.
Air Force captains shot down by Kuwaiti-friendly fire early in the fight weeks ago. They never left the theater. All dropped bombs over Tehran last night. These men and women live the Iranian threat every day, incoming missiles and drones, and know what a world looks like, what the world would look like if Iran had the most dangerous weapons in the world, a nuclear weapon. As President Trump
I mean,
said
did
time
they
and time
have a
again for years,
choice?
and in this
They're in
administration,
the service.
Iran cannot
That is
have
true.
a
I was
nuclear
thinking that
bomb
as
in the world.
well. Libertarians make no
These
choice.
troops, they want to finish this
They
fight
can
for
run
their
away.
kids and their
They can abandon.
grandkids. This is about history.
So I don't think they would send them out
This
there
is
as Air
about
Force
legacy.
again unless they wanted to be.
Success matters. And because of this president and these Americans, we're closer than ever before to winning. President Trump is doing what no other president had the guts to do. Previous presidents were all
My
talk.
son luckily made it through the
all
last
action.
fuck-up war. All right, y'all. That's it for the night. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for being a part of our show. Once again, guys, we went through an overtime and a half. We almost got through a full second overtime. 16,000 in the chat. 42 of you right now in the live stream. We had J.D. Vance won the presidential poll once again. 8 wins for J.D. Vance. Gavin Newsom has 2 wins. Repeating our third-party options again, and we did see a Stephen Miller be suggested in the chat, so Stephen Miller will be our next one here. Stephen Miller will be that third-party option next time. But we have John Fetterman at 9%, Asmongold 12%, Joe Rogan 15%, Michelle Obama 17%, Afro Man 20%, Tucker Carlson 21%, Kamala Harris 22%. Good night, everybody. Peace out. Great show. Good night. I love y'all. See you tomorrow. Peace.